Hello, hello, hello. Let me get my live rolling. I had to get it up on my phone so I can read comments. A rolling. I had to get it up. Oops. Hey, Kyle. How are you? How are you doing? Had to make sure my settings were all right. And don't leave the stream. Stay in the stream for a while because I have a surprise for people tonight. Got to get some people in here. Must have been one I started working on and I never finished. Ooh. Hey, Rusher. How are you doing? Well, tonight I'm going to be coloring, but I'm going to be doing some other stuff too. It's a surprise. Welcome to the stream, Rusher. Rusher Breakers. Let me get your links in here. Hold on. Because we do promote in here. We network, is what I should say. Here is Kyle's channel. We will put the links in. Usually I don't go on till 9, but I started a little bit earlier sometimes just so people can get a chance to get in here. I wish I could change my channel to sooner, but the only reason why is because this time works for me with my puppy. Because I got to take her out to potty, so. Kyle. Well, welcome, Rusher. Tonight I'm just coloring. I'm not going to do anything spectacular for crafts tonight because of the simple fact I got some other stuff that I want to talk to everybody about once they get in here. Just something different. So how's everybody's weeks going? What's the weather like where you're at? We actually had a break in the weather today, which was really nice. Today was pretty cool here, like 78, but we had like a storm overnight. So it kind of broke the heat wave we were having a little bit because I'm telling you, oh, is it hot? Hey, Penny. And what I always tell everybody, go check out each other's channels. If you like the content, subscribe to their channel. If you don't, you don't. I have a very eclectic taste, so your channel has to be pretty bad if I don't like it. Let me get Penny's in here. Penny does Stampin' Up! Demonstrations. I love Stampin' Up! Stamps. I got a whole tote full now of stamps. You should see my stamp collection, Penny. Some lady had a sale on here and somebody messaged me through Facebook. This was like a few months ago. She sold her entire lot of estate stamps. And I'm talking a large flat rate filled with Stampin' Up! Stamps. You should see how beautiful this collection was. I about died when it came in. There was more than what it looked like in the video. But she was downsizing her craft room, changing into something else, and she didn't want her stamps anymore. And I just have to be at the right place at the right time. That's all I have to say, because I got some really nice stamps. Thank you. But it's just like, when you find those estate sales, whew, jump on them. That's what I tell people. So tonight, I'm just going to do a little coloring because I want to finish this page. I love coloring. Hey, Remy. Oh, some new faces in here. How cool is this? Hey, Hidden. Stamps, just stamps, crafting stamps. I have postage too. I like my postage stamps. But no, these are the wooden stamps that you use with ink. But I do save all my stamps off of everything that comes in the mail. So I have a nice collection of those too. Lots of crafters are into that kind of stuff. Well, hello, Vanjie. Look at you guys rolling in and gals. Welcome in. Let me finish getting links in here. Cynthia likes to come in and help me with the links sometimes, but she's not on yet. I know. So, we can't prove this because there's like no proof of it yet. But it seems like when we post our own links, YouTube knocks off our subscribers for some reason. I don't know if that's true or not, but it seems to happen every time we do it. So we started posting each other's links, and mine seem to be staying pretty normal. So I don't know why they would do that, but I guess if you're promoting outside of YouTube, that's what they want you to do when they say like, share, and subscribe to other. Apparently, they don't want you to have other YouTubers. They want you to have like Reddit and Twitch and whatever to other platforms. So we've kind of been really watching that. So that's something just to keep an eye on in case it happens to you guys. Check that out. Because we're not sure, but like 3 of us tried it and we kept losing more subscribers. It was just so weird. So I don't share my own link anymore. Usually another moderator does it for me. We have Angie's channel. And you can stay a moderator in here as long as everybody gets along. And, all that happy crap. Just don't abuse your moderator power, because mods can block other mods. I've had that happen to me on a stream before, and it was not impressive. I think the only person that should be able to block is the channel owner, because I've seen it abused before. There was a girl I was lurking in a channel, just to give you an example. And I'll always tell you the truth about things within my knowledge. Some girl didn't like another girl, and she put her on timeout. And then she was like, oops. And then somebody said, what did you do? The room owner. And she's like, I don't like that person anyways. Well, you don't do that just because you don't like somebody. We're always going to follow somebody that somebody else doesn't like. You can be in a stream with somebody you don't like. Just don't talk to them. But yeah, there's abuse of power. I've seen it in chat rooms, and I've also seen it in YouTube lives. Just don't. That's all I ask. And if somebody comes in here calling me names, don't block them. I like playing with my food before I eat it. So I like playing with trolls before you block them. That's my only rule. And because I'll share another story. Sometimes when you have your YouTube channel in your real name, which I did, so it's public knowledge what my first and last name is. It's no big deal to me because I only use Bookstore and it's in my house. So it's a given. I was on here one night and you have your idiots that come in and you're too old to be on YouTube or you're fat or you're ugly, just immature people. And they white paged my name and they swatted my house. They called 911 and said, my husband shot me and had bombs around my house. And I will share this story, but I never posted that live because I wasn't going to give them fame or recognition for it. But the moderators who were modding my stream that night, I told them, do not block these people. And I'm glad they didn't because the police came in my house and they wrote everything down. They did their own research on these swatters because they had swatted another friend of mine that was a crafter. And what all started it was I have a friend that's gay. I don't care what your life preference is. As long as you're nice to me, that's all that matters. And they didn't like him because he was a homophobe. So what they did was they went down into his live streams and they were writing down people's names and they were harassing the rest of us. And that happens. Just be prepared. That's why a lot of people tell people, please do not use your first, last names on here for real, because you do have these idiots. It's a shame that the world is full of idiots, but unfortunately it is. And I mean, the SWAT team was really nice to us and everything, and I told them thanks because they were fast. I'm telling you what, our SWAT team's good. They showed up really fast. We didn't even see them coming. And my husband was pulling in the house because he was just getting home from work. He didn't even know what was going on. He thought we were being robbed because that's what idiots do on here. So yeah, there's that. So you got to have a thick skin to be on the web in the first place. And stuff like that does happen. Believe it or not, it does. So we were able to take care of the situation and everything was okay. But that's why if the moderators would have blocked their names, the police wouldn't have got the information they did. And I'm glad they didn't because they were able to collect what they needed. Now, what happened after that, I can't tell you. I have no clue if they were arrested, if they were caught. I have no clue. Hey, Lexus. Yep, everything is all in well. But I've been on the computer since 2001, so nothing surprises me. It really doesn't. Hey, Sandy. There's my sassy Sandy coffee bean. And hey, Ronald, how are you? Let me get your channels listed. But I will always share stories. So if you have any questions and I know the answer, I'll answer it. If I don't, then I'll try to find somebody that has the answer. Doing pretty good. Yes. And another channel I want you guys to check out, and he is strict on his rules for a reason, is James Gape. He is a promoter of channels, and that's what he does. And he does a great job, actually. Very impressive. So we're going to put James in here. So if you want to learn how to grow your channel, he will. But One thing you got to know, don't use emojis in his channel. You can put like maybe a smiley in, but that's about it, because there's 5 different languages in his room, barriers, and sometimes they think when they see an emoji that they can spam like crazy, and he doesn't allow spam in his, because he's monetized, so he doesn't allow like a whole sentence and that's all they put in. So yeah, but he is a good promoter. I didn't draw this. This is a coloring book. I wish I could draw that good. I doodle sometimes, but I'm not quite this good. Okay, so we got Lexus's channel, James's channel. Let me get Ronald's channel in here. Is anybody in here monetized yet? But sometimes, I mean, you could even lurk in his stream if you want to. James's, I say hi to him and his wife, Samantha, but you can really like check out some of the links he puts in, because he does all the links himself, him and his wife. So you can go in and check out channels too, to see if you like their content or whatnot. I particularly, even though I'm more of a crafter, I'm a variety channel. Right now, I'm doing a lot of Sunny Fun Time mails. They're unboxings. I will be going back to books in the future. I do crafts, sometimes product reviews, depending on what it is. It could be food, it could be makeup, it could be anything. So I'm kind of a mix. I like keeping YouTube's algorithm guessing. I'm always doing something different. But the reason why my Sunny Fun Time mails are taking up everything, they were usually my weekend videos, is because I am busy scrubbing my house down, washing curtains, rearranging my house. And right now, I don't have time to do the book videos. But I will be getting back to them in the future. I'm taking a book break. Hey, Cynthia. Yes, lefties rock. Another thing is too, a little bit about myself. And this is just not what I'm about though, but a little bit about myself is I have went to college. I have a certificate in human services. I have an associate degree in liberal arts, was a psychology field. I have an associate's in applied science, another associate's in liberal arts with a transfer option to go to for my bachelor's degree, which I don't want to. I'm done with college. And I have a certificate in computers. So I'm like a well-rounded person. But my biggest goal in life is not what my degrees are. My biggest goal in life is life itself. Making it through the ups and downs, in and out of jobs, when they close down, on all that happy crap. So to me, the life is the biggest accomplishment anybody can make, in my personal opinion. If you make it, you're good. Doesn't matter if you have degrees or not. Hey, Mark. Because it's rough. Life is rough. When you adult, it is rough. So me and my husband talk about that all the time. I tell him, I wish it was back to the day where my parents were putting food in the fridge and paying all the bills. We don't realize how easy we had it when we lived at home with our parents. At least that's how I feel. But it's a struggle when you're an adult and you have to do it yourself. Cynthia, she's great at putting links in. She does a great, great job. Sassy Sandy, she just likes being sassy. We love our Sassy Sandy. But yes, check out each other's channels and all that good stuff. And tonight I want to do something different. How many people we have in here? I don't know what's been going on with YouTube lately, but they haven't even been showing the correct numbers of people that are even viewing you. It is so weird. Oh, yeah, it sure is, Remy. Let me tell you, adulting is hard. It is very hard. I wish my crayons would quit breaking. Very rough. Usually, when I craft, I'm making junk journals and ephemera. But tonight, I don't know. I just felt like coloring something different. And I don't have one of my journals up here to show you for the newbies that come in. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Maybe I do. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll grab one. Ouch. Let me see here. Alrighty. I have a fabric one and I have a book one. So here is, I got a squeaky chair and I'm sorry. This came from my dad's old working place. So it's a squeaky chair. Okay, so this is the fabric one. And this is a golden book. And what I do is, this is what we do as junk journalers. Mark, that's so funny. So anyways, if I have a book that comes into my used bookstore, because I'm also a used bookstore owner, I turn it into a journal. And I love the Ugly Duckling. So what I do is I tear the book apart and I took out the staplers because that's what's usually hidden in the golden books. I leave the story in it and I add pages and I turn it into a journal. This is my crafty pastime. This is a journal I'm in the process of working in now. And I usually save these pages for pictures, you know, my photos instead of doing photo albums. It's like, so you can, you know, pretty much log your day. And these are the signatures that's in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 signatures in this one. And what that means is 6 set of folded papers that's sewed back into the book to turn it into a journal. And this is my Holly Hobby one, which is made out of fabric. I love Holly Hobby. She was one of my favorites. And then this is a hanky in a pocket. And this is one I'm yet to use. Sometimes I make these and sell them. And sometimes I keep them. I never used to keep my journals till recently, but this is, and you can make these all different styles. Like you can have a hidden signature. You can do eyelets and turn it into a book where you can remove the pages. You know, slide them in and out. And that way you can change out your pages if you use it for your bills, for instance. But it's so fun to make your own journals. It's a blast. And I ordered this off of eBay. And then this is, I believe, wrapping paper. And I have coloring book pages in here too. That's a coloring book page. But it is so fun to go on a wild goose chase and find the pieces. It's the pieces that takes the time. Once you get the pieces together, the journals are fun to make. And this is what you call the junk journal community. Hey, Hey, Stacy. Stacy's also another crafter. She is very gifted. I like watching her lives. She does crocheting and beadwork, and just it's just really cool to watch what a crafter does. And in previous um, times that I've done lives, I have actually done these journals and showed them. Another type is where you don't have signatures. You count like 5 pages and rip out 5 pages. That's what's called an altered journal. And then you refill it with like coffee dyed papers and stuff like that. There's a lot of work that goes into these. They look easy till you go to make one. And but they're nice. And then for my dad for Father's Day, I went to Hobby Lobby and I got a chipboard style binder, and he loves trains. So I collected vintage stuff because I know a lot of sellers on here that just have awesome stuff. So I know a person from the antique store that doesn't live far from me actually. She sent me some stuff that I paid for off of her that was all vintage railroad type stuff, like typed out papers and stuff. They were really cool. So what I did was I ripped the pages up and I distressed the edges, and I actually glued and decoupaged them to the chipboard. I should have did a video on this, but I didn't think to because it was a Father's Day gift. But I used a stencil and put Dad in with it's like this creamy stuff I use, and it stencils really well. Nuvo Mousses is one of them, but this was something different. It's called something else. But anyways, I put Dad, and it had a train with smoke blowing out of it as the cover, and behind it was all those pieces. And then I took and put sleeves in with different papers he could look at that were vintage about railroads and a blueprint. And then I put notebook paper in to where he can swap it out and use it for his bills. And my dad absolutely loved it. And I took the stickers. They were pages like this. No, they weren't stickers. I glued them in. That's what happened. I cut out pieces that I found in Google Images and made up a great big inside of the binder. It just turned out really well. He really liked it, so I was happy. And just homemade gifts. You know, I love homemade gifts. I just think homemade, you can't beat it. Yes, Stacy, I did that. Oh, yeah, that's right. I did do that live. But I meant to do a video when it was completed, like a flip through, but I did do it in the live. Let me see if I can. Thanks for reminding me, because I forgot that I did do that live. But I didn't put it in the title. So it's one of my lives, probably what, like 6 lives ago? I don't know. Let's see what I put in here. Chat and Craft binder. Maybe it was this one. Let me see. Try to get a picture of it to show you. Yeah, these were the pages that I used. They're the sleeves. Yes. Here's the beginnings of it, where you could see the binder, and I'm actually adding the distressed pages. And then I cut around the edges. Yeah, I did do that. Let me stick it in here. So if anybody's interested in seeing it, they can go back and watch. But it was a lot of fun, and it was something different. Thank you, Mark. But here's the binder live stream. Save it to later if you're interested. If not, that's okay too. Nice, Stacy. I got 2 sales going on tomorrow. So far. I don't know what time the one is, but usually on Thursdays, Marianne has a sale. So I go to her sale, and I think Viv is having a sale tomorrow too. What is tomorrow? Thursday? I can only guess whose channel you're going to be selling on, and I don't promote her in here anymore. Sorry, Stacy. You know what, Penny? They are so popular, you would be surprised. I actually have a nice collection of golden books myself. My bookstore, people were dropping them off for free, and I have tons, Penny. You should see how nice they are. Shirls! There's our Cheryl. Cheryl has cute stuff too. Yeah. Yep. Some people just turn out to be rude. So, yeah, you find out with time. I have learned a lot about the crafting community. And believe me, there's a lot of people that are not very nice. And there are a few that are, but there are a lot that aren't. Here's yeah, sometimes you try to be neutral, but then people give attitudes, and I don't put up with people's crap, Stacy. That's the difference. But here's a really nice with a napkin in it. This is like one of those hankies. I love sticking hankies in the pockets because I think they look really cute. And this here was a digital kit. And this digital kit, you got a lot for the price. They have a lot of really nice digital kits on Etsy. This all came from a digital. Thank you, Hidden. This was a lot of fun. This is one of my favorite pages because we do like to use laces in different items. And then this picture here, they actually have sites online if you know which ones. Pixabay is one of them where people will take pictures and they're free copyright images. They don't count like they're copyright free. You can use them in things you sell or whatever you want to do with them. And I do love that people created sites where you can get copyright free images for crafters because the copyright laws, they're just so confusing sometimes. They can be rough at times. So you got to be careful what you use when you sell a journal. So, that's what I do. I'm really cautious because you don't want to get in trouble. Some people obey the copyright laws, some people don't. And I'm just one of those people that, and I mean, think about it. If you're a creator, you wouldn't want people just handing out your stuff. Because I know there's another crafter, and I'm not here to bash people tonight because I don't feel like it, but there's another crafter that puts her copyright stuff on other people's stuff, and it's just disgusting because you should never do that. If it's out of copyright, the copyright laws are, it has to be out of date plus 70 years after a person's created before it goes out of copyright. So I would say anything from the 1800s is okay. But like, say you have a person who wrote a book and then they handed over the copyright to a family member. And then now that person's in charge of them, so you can't use it. So you got to be very, very careful on all the copyright laws for whatever you sell. And there is one magazine, like most magazines that you buy, you can cut pictures out and use them or do whatever. But there is one magazine that doesn't allow that, and that's Daphne's Diaries. They have it even in their website, no using it for like harvesting magazines, how, people will do different scrapbook type things. You can't sell it. They have that right on their website. So you got to be careful with everything. That's just like what kills me about YouTube. Because if a gamer pays all that money to buy a game and then they have music on it, you can get copyright strike for the music in the games. Isn't that crazy? It's like, what do you actually own? You don't own your music CDs. You don't know, because you can't use it. That's why you can't listen to music on here. I'm surprised TikTok and those places get away with it, but they do. It's just really weird. I mean, if I was a musician, me personally, I would take it as a compliment that somebody's using my music in their video, but it's the studios that, or whoever they contract with. It's really not even the artist. It's whoever produces their music. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Copyright laws are a headache sometimes. But nothing I sell will ever have copyright. It will not be copyrighted. And I think that's why a lot of people do junk journals in vintage. That's why they get, stuff at sales where it's all vintage and stuff like that, so that it can be copyright free and they can get away with selling it, which I don't blame them. Nice. Hey, Jane. How are you, stranger? Welcome, welcome. Stony. There's Naughty Stony. Doing good. Are you being a good boy, Stony? Are you being a good boy? I'm doing good. I'm just relaxing and having fun coloring, taking a break from scrubbing my house down. I'm telling you, I'm trying to do, when I'm doing my house, why it's taken me so long is I'm rearranging, washing curtains, trying to find better ways for storage. For instance, I don't have an attic in my house. So my computer room that I'm sitting in right now is like a computer room, half computer room, half storage. I got like all my decorations in here and such. And it's a small room. Like this room would probably fit a single bed for a child, a chest dresser, maybe like a TV, and a little computer stand for a kid. And that's the extent of it. And it's got a tiny closet. So what I've been trying to do, because I'm having crafts and I have a bookstore in the bottom of my house is a mess because I don't have storage for things. So as I'm doing each room, I'm thinking about things to where I organize it better to have stuff within reach of how I want it, but not having things so heavy because I have a hiatal hernia and I'm not supposed to be lifting weights. So I have to watch, the size of everything and how heavy it is and how I can move it, because I'm the one that cleans everything, the daily make the bed and vacuum and all that. So I'm kind of like trying to become a medium minimalist. I'm never going to get rid of all my clutter because I am a crafter, but I'm trying to get to a point where everything's organized better. So that concentration on cleaning's been fun. It's been fun because I have to really think things through before I switch a room up. So far, I have one room, which is the guest room, almost done. I have to move a chest of drawers in there and scrub behind the wall and just put that chest back, and that room's finished. And then I'm working on our bedroom, which has been fun. That's the room I'm in the process of organizing right now. And it's like, oh. In my computer room where I'm sitting in is a quarter of a way done. It's not finished yet. So I'm trying to concentrate on one room at a time, but it makes it rough because I feel like me and my daughter was just talking about this. I feel like I'm doing the room shuffle. Like I move everything into one room and I feel like I'm just shuffling it from room to room. But in the meantime, the things I want to get rid of, I'm boxing and putting in my car for next year's yard sale. It's just been. And do you know how many appliances people have in their kitchen that does different things? I mean, think about it. We have a Keurig. We have a coffee maker. We have a blender for smoothies. Plus, I just bought a Ninja for chopping. Well, the Ninja also does smoothies. So I'm going to get rid of the smoothie maker. Like, I mean, when you really think about your kitchen appliances, you can have like 50 million kitchen things to do stuff. And I just wish I had one thing that does it all. Like I have my waffle maker, I have my toaster. Ugh, does it ever end? Does it ever end, people? And then you see all these new gadgets come out, and it's like, So I'm trying to downsize that. And then, too, they quit making waffle makers like we had as kids. And for the new generation, I want to explain this to you. We didn't have Belgian waffle makers. Our waffles were squares and they were thin, where I could make one batch of waffles, okay? And it would serve 4 people in my family. These new Belgian waffles, one batch does one Belgian waffle. Do you know how fattening that is? I'm not being mean, but it's the truth. Who wants one batch as a waffle? Do you know how much that is? So I went on Google because when I picked up the waffle iron, I didn't realize it was a Belgian one. So I'm getting rid of it. You know how hard it is to find the waffle makers we had as kids? I was like, gulp. I found one on eBay for $80 and I'm thinking this makes me feel old. Stop it. I don't want to feel old over a waffle maker. So I was all over Amazon looking for the normal 4 squares that was skinny like we used to have as kids, and I found one. But it's like, it's awful. Oh my goodness. Ooh, look at you, Chad. That will be so cool. Tupac is Chad, by the way. That would be so awesome. And I tell you, Chad, I love your streams. I don't always get to them because I might be in the middle of watching a video when people go live. I hate when that happens because I hate being interrupted and have to go back and watch later. I do it sometimes, but I'm telling you, I've met some really cool people on Chad's stream. When he does a live stream, he has some really cool people come in. Is that Havoc, or whatever that I met in your stream? Is he Joe? I was trying to figure out who I was talking to in your stream because they had a live later and it was 3 guys on the panel. And I wasn't sure which one was in your stream that I was talking to. He was very nice. And I just subscribed to the channel and I went and listened to them 3 talk on the panel. And they were really nice guys. They were funny to listen to. Hey, Tim. I didn't even see you come in, mister. He's always coming in and going on be right backs. And no, I wasn't trying to be rude, Tim, on your comment section, but listen, sometimes when I ask questions, people take it as drama, and I don't mean it to be drama. That's why I wanted to talk to you in private, because most of my friends, I have a way I can reach them, either via email or via Facebook Messenger, which I love because when I don't have my phone card, I can talk on there through Wi-Fi. And I also have Instagram Messenger. But the reason why I wanted to talk to you, and it isn't to cause drama, it's just questions. I don't care how you met Druzy. That's your business. But what I didn't understand and what I was trying to ask in your live when I was talking to him is, why do people create the cutest videos? There's only one other person I've ever met do this, and he was from the UK or Australia. Shoot, I can't remember. It's been so long ago. But anyways, he was a gamer type person. And I don't understand when you see a person's pop up, you know, like you get the notification. Well, if I'm in the middle of watching a video, I can't go right away. So what I do is I hit the bell and I look down my list and see who to visit next. Well, Druzy comes up and then it says, this video's it's gone. And I'm like, what? So you're out here promoting channels who delete videos. Why? I'm not going to promote a channel like that. I mean, he does the cutest turtle videos ever, but he deletes his comments. To me, when you're a content creator, it means you create content and you leave it on your channel. And I usually unfollow people that do that because I'm not interested into hitting a video that's gone. It's like every time I hit into his videos, it shows black, black, black. Now, the only time I caught a video of his was I wasn't doing anything and I clicked into it and his turtle was there. And people do like the aquatic videos. I just don't understand why he deletes it. That's why I asked that question, because I want to know. I'm curious. And he was like, well, that's just something I do. And I'm like, but why? That's all I want to know is, why does that person do it? And you were going, well, I've known Druzy from this and this. I don't care how you met him. I want to know why he deletes his content, because to me, that doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it, because when you're building a crowd, that's the whole point, is that, you know, giving them watch time, going back and watching older videos. I just can't wrap my brain around it. That's why I asked, but he never did answer. Hey, Haley. I'm just trying to make sense of it. I mean, if he has a reason, it would be nice to hear what it is. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about. But if you want to talk about it in the open, that's fine too. I don't have a problem with that. But do you know why he deletes these videos? Because I'm curious. I mean, people could do what they want on their own channels. I just don't understand it. And this other guy, he told me something about setting it private for his girlfriend. And I'm like, but you're a gamer. And I don't get that either. So if you set it to private, okay, it'd be different if people are, say you're a subscriber and only people who subscribe to you can see it. But even people subscribe to you can't see it. It doesn't make any sense. Druzy. I don't know his name. I just know that that's his channel name is Druzy. I'm just curious to why he deletes his videos. All right, Haley. We'll talk about it later, though. Yeah, but that doesn't matter if he's a good Christian or not. I want to know why he deletes his videos. So you get a chance, ask him. I'm curious. I want to know why he deletes it. If you're trying to grow your channel, why are you deleting your content? I mean, I'm sure other people are not going to subscribe to him if all he does is delete. I mean, I don't want to be a part of a channel that deletes their stuff. I mean, it's every video. It's just weird. Some people do weird things on here. I'm curious. I want to know. I want an answer besides that's just what I do. And if he don't want to give one, well, then I have the choice not to follow his channel. That's all I'm saying. I don't cause drama. I just want to know answers to things. Most of the people that I don't follow anymore have tried to cause drama with me. That's why I don't like them. It's one thing to ask a question, it's another thing just to be a total ass. And believe me, there are a lot of asses on here. In case people haven't noticed, I sure have. I've been here since 2001 and I've met quite a few. You did. Well, that's good. I love coloring. My favorite way to color, and I think it's really cool, is on rainy days. We used to do these circles. No, you're sassy. There's a difference. Well, then to me, Tim, he shouldn't be in a promotion stream and wanting to be promoted then because I've seen him wanting to be promoted. So that doesn't make any sense either. But okay. No, you're the sassy coffee bean, Sandy. We like our sassy Sandy. Sassy Sandy keeps you on your toes. She's so funny. She cracks me up sometimes. She's a wild woman. So, anyways, Friday is a special day. So, to make this interesting, it is July 29th. And July 29th was my first time to sign up for my channel on YouTube. So I came here July 29th, 2017. So that makes it my 5-year anniversary. So I'm excited about it being the 5th year. And it's also a milestone, which is fun too. Thank you, Penny. Thank you. Thank you. So I was going to do something special on Friday for my channel and just have a special live. But then I got to thinking, everybody's so used to me being here Wednesdays because that's mainly the days I do lives. I didn't know if the same people would come in that comes in on my Wednesdays because a lot of you are repeatable visitors. And I really appreciate that because you guys are awesome. You make coming on YouTube a lot of fun and you give me something to look forward to. So I decided that I wanted to do something special tonight. So this is what I'm going to bring out first. We're going to do some giveaways. I've been waiting for this for my 3K milestone. But since I haven't reached my 3K milestone, I'm going to do it for my 5th year anniversary. So this is what I'm going to do because I'm not sure what everybody's into. Okay. There is going to be some monetary giveaways and there's going to be some physical giveaways. So you either have to message me with an email or your whatever if you win. If you have a PayPal, I will need it. So I want you to think about that before I show the prizes and things like that for you to put in your beads because you're all welcome to join each one of them. The first one's going to be a drawing one. If you're interested, I'm going to put people's names on it and put it in a box and shake it up. And if you're not interested, we'll pass to the next one. But I'm going to show you what I have 2 gifts and then some others. You guys know I'm not a pink girl. I am so not a pink girl. I am a blue girl. I love the color blue. So for breast cancer awareness a while ago, I had bought this in the month of October because that's the only time you will see me purchase pink. One of my favorite products is from the Dollar Tree. I love the pink pens. I will use them because the ink lasts longer than most pens that you find out there. But I had bought these, and I'll show you what the gift is, and then we'll go from there. This is the first item I have. It is a 95-piece ladies household toolkit in pink. I think this is cute what they come up for breast cancer awareness. And this is like my way of donating, but I'm not a pink girl. So, so this will be the first prize. And if anybody's interested in being put in the drawing, and I don't care what you do with it, once it's yours, you can sell it, you can do whatever. You can gift it. Christmas is around the corner. There's so many things you can do with this. So, guys, if you have wives that like pink, more power to you. But I'm going to put it in here as a go. And anybody that's interested in this, stick a me in so that I can take and go from there. I can either do this by a drawing or a number generator. We'll see. So I'll put the me in, or put the go in, and you put me for a prize of pink tools. And then I'll wait till you guys are done. Put your me's in, and then we'll do it however. We can either do a drawing or we could do it as a number generator. Hey, Deb. Deb likes giraffes. Haley, where are you at? You got to pay attention, Missy, if you want to win a prize. I don't know if she's into pink or not. I never asked. Sandy, get your me in there, Missy. There can't just be two people. Come on. I want to do a giveaway. I'm so excited. And another question I wanted to ask is every year I usually do a back to school giveaway in a backpack. And the last year I didn't have as many people that wanted to participate. It's like school age child. And if a person is interested, it doesn't matter if you're in the US. If you enter a me and you're not in the United States, that's okay, Mark, because I could do something different for people out of the country. I want everybody included. So even if you don't get this, I could do a monetary way of doing it. Hey, Nadine. Oh, that sounds like fun. There's a couple people not paying attention in here. Sandy and Haley, where are you? See, you're supposed to pay attention, Missy. You gotta go back up and read the gold. Well, you can tell Steve to hold his britches on. See it. You gotta scroll back, woman. And you'll have to let me know if you win. I know who is from the state. Are you in the United States too, Hidden, or no? I don't know if you are or not. The ones out of the U.S., like I said, will make exceptions. So we'll do it this way. We have Sandy. We're going to use this little handy dandy box. We'll just do it this way instead of the number generator. This way is fun. Okay, that'll work. So Sandy will go in first. We're going to go from the bottom up here. And then we have Hidden. We'll just put Hidden. We know who you are. You fold these up, little pieces. And then we have, I know Dubs was one. And we have Nadine. We have Cynthia. Put a me in if you went in, Haley. And then we have Jane. Do you want in the drawing, Haley? Okay. We got Haley. I didn't forget anybody, did I? Oh, Mark. But it's still fun. And thank you. Okay, now I'll put a stop in so I can finish. So any me's that come after, you should have been in. Maybe my skinnier scissors. And of course, everything's free. When I do giveaways, shipping and everything is free because that's what a giveaway is. I know sometimes we're in sales and they're like, here's a giveaway, but you got to pay the shipping. I do a giveaway, it's 100% free. And Debs and them know me. They have shopped with me when I've had my live sales, so she can vouch. Usually when I do a live sale, if it doesn't change the weight, I'll stick it in their box. But if it does, then I mail it separate. So I pay the shipping. I remember one time, it was hysterical. I don't know if you remember Jennifer Jane. I haven't seen her for a while, but she won. She had never tried Mod Podge. And we had it at the Dollar Tree. And oh my gosh, it was so funny, Deb. Because, you know, the Dollar Tree, they're like about this big. And she won a giveaway on my stream, and she's in Canada. It cost me $1 for the Mod Podge at the time. And it cost me $17 to ship it to her. She's like, you should have heard her lecturing me. She's going, Tammy, you didn't have to do that. You could have stuck it with my package. I said, be quiet. It's a giveaway. I'll do it how I want. It was funny, though. I said, well, it's no different than you paying the extra money. I'm serious. Out of the country is ridiculous. It's ridiculously expensive, but it is what it is. This way will be nice, though, because with any of the giveaways, I can leave the same names, and if they're already in the paper, then add more if I need to. But Mark, this is fun. This is something that I find is enjoyment. So believe me, it's no big deal. If you win, as long as you have PayPal or Cash App, it's so easy to, sorry, I cut these and put your names on them away from me, but see, there's Cynthia. I'll show you that the names go in because I don't want people to think I cheat, because you know how those trolls are. They come in and say, they cheated because they didn't do it under the thing, and there's hidden. Just so you know that I'm honest over here, especially with lurkers, because you just never know. If I missed anybody, let me know. Here's Sandy. I love doing giveaways. I really do. I enjoy it. I mean, I feel like you guys are giving me your time, so why not? There's Haley. She's my adopted web niece. Poor girl. Here is Nadine. And it doesn't matter if you're new or you've been here, we're good. Here's Deb's. It's funny that I do that, Deb. People call me Tammy's too, and I keep forgetting you're saying a crafting room. I know her name's Deb. It's not Deb's. And there's Jane. So if there's anybody that I leave out, let me know. And you're all going to go in this little box. And we're going to shake it up. Shake it up. Thank you, Nadine. Love you too, my adopted niece. Let me get it in here. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Isn't that cute? This was actually one of the unboxings I did a long time ago, Walmart, but I saved the boxes because I think they'd be cute to put prizes in eventually, if I ever get around to it. I miss getting my Walmart boxes, though. They're only $5 a piece. At least that's what they were. And you get them once a season. They come out with some cute stuff to try. Mark, it's too late. It's too late. You should have put it in before the stop, mister. Okay. So here we go. We're going to lift the box. Shake it up some more. Okay. And then we're going to pick one. And who is it going to be? Nadine. Woohoo. So what you do, Nadine, is you send me your address to here. I'll give you my email. This is all one word. If YouTube lets me put it in, we'll see. Tammy's Makeup Treats at gmail.com all together. Make sure to put the S in there because some people put Tammy Makeup Treats, Tammy's Makeup Treats. That's one of my first emails I had on here. So, yes. You email me your name and address and I will ship it to you. So, that is the first prize. So, the second prize is another pink set, people. A gardening tool set. How cool is that? In pink. So you can't say I've never sold nothing pink. You're welcome, Nadine. Just don't forget to send your name and address because I got to know where to send it. So I'm going to put a go in for this one and you put your me's in and we'll do it again. I know, isn't this cute? This is a garden. Okay, put your me's in again. And it doesn't matter if you won, you can do it again. And then I'll put your names back in again. Isn't that cute? It's got the little, these have never been opened. And I really don't want to open them. So it's got your like shears. It's got your little pick, your little shovels. I have no clue what that is. I don't know. Something with twine in it. Do you know? Because I don't. I have no clue what that thing is right there. Hey, Lorelai. How are you doing? Okay, so let me put these back out here. So this time we have hidden first. We'll read from the top down. There's hidden. So we'll stick you in the box first. Then we have Sandy, our sassy Sandy. I should have put sassy Sandy on hers. Come on, there's Sandy. We have Debs here. We have Haley. Oops. Haley, you're jumping out of my hands. We'll do one with Penny. And Cynthia's right here. We have Jane. And then we will put Penny in. Cut this up. Aw. I'm trying to cut these on the lines as best I can. I'm not the best cutter in the world. Lorelei, do you want to enter into this? It is giveaway time. That's what I'm doing right now. If you want in, just put a me in, and I'll put your name in the drawing for this pink tool, garden tool set. Let me know before I put the stop in. Alrighty, thank you. And we will put her in. Thank you all for participating too, because this is fun. This makes my day. So here we go again. Shaky, 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 shake. It's fun. Let me get my Post-it note out and put Nadine on the first one so I don't forget. Who won it? Got to keep track of my stuff because I'm old. Okay. So Nadine won the first one. Okay. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake. Let's stir it up again. I feel like I'm stirring a pot of, I don't know what, brew. Are we making paper potions? All right, random. Let's see who it is. We have Deb. Woohoo! Deb won. So we will put Deb on this one. Congrats, you two. Love it. So we have Deb's. Okay. So now, who wants to be added to the monetary? So let me see. We're going to do, let's see, 1, 2. We're going to do, and everybody, even if you want a prize, you can go into this drawing again. We're going to do, because I know how times can be hard right now, especially with inflation. So we're going to do the first one. Oops. So make sure that you have a PayPal or a Cash App for this. So first we're going to do a $10 money giveaway. And put your me's in, and I'll put your names back in the box again. So it will be a $10 giveaway. Let me open these up. And we have hidden. And then all you have to do is email that same email address with your PayPal email if you win, so that I know. It's hidden. Here's Deb. Here's Jane. Penny, where did you hide? There you are. There's Penny. Oops. Here's Haley. And where is Nadine hiding? There's Cynthia. Oh, there she is. There's Nadine's. Okay, you're all in the box. Give me 1 second. I got to go see what my doggy wants. Okay, I'm back. Takes her forever to pick a pea spot. You're welcome, Deb. She's not going to be here for the next 2 drawings. Okay. Excuse me. Oh. It did get too quiet, huh? My big mouth. Thank you. Let me put my stop in. My doggy wears me out. But she's a good puppy. Okay, so let's go back to shake, shake, shake. Woo, shake, shake, shake it, shake, shake, shake. Okay, so let's see who the $10 winner is. Alrighty. Nadine! Look at her. Nadine, you need to play the lottery. So Nadine, she won again. Yay! Okay. So the next one is going to be get this in here. Is going to be $15. Go. Put your me's in and make sure if anybody new's joined, you got to at least have a Cash App or PayPal. So we have hidden. For me, we have Jean. Get these in order so I don't mess up. We have Cynthia. And let me get Penny. And we have, okay, Deb's left. Nadine, you want to enter again? You can. And I put you in, right, Haley? Shoot, I didn't do it in order. Yeah, there's Jane. I think I put you in, Haley. Let me make sure. I know I got everybody else. Where's Haley? Are you jumping around my box again? There's Penny. All right, Nadine. There's Haley. In case she's in here. You're bouncing around my box. This was hidden. Okay. So we had to take out Nadine and Deb because she left. You know what? I'm going to put Deb in anyways. I'm just going to vouch for her. And then we'll put stop because she had to go to work. And Deb is awesome. She's ordered from me off of past live sales and stuff like that. So I'm going to go ahead and include her. Okay. So let's do the shake, shake, shake. The shake, shake, shake. The shake, shake, shake. And let's mix it up. I'm looking at my phone. I don't even pay attention to the one I draw. Okay, draw. Haley! Woohoo! There you go. So she got the $15 one. Look at that, Haley. And then the last one we will do, since there's 500, I'm doing 5 giveaways. Will be for 20. So there we go. So put your me's in for the $20 giveaway. And we'll do it again. So we have hidden. We have Cynthia. We have Penny. Oh, I love doing stuff like this. I do. I have a blast. I'm going to put Deb in. Jean, do you want in this one too? I didn't miss Jean, did I? Jane, where are you? Where are you? Hey, I look at it this way. I think this is fun to be able to give back to people who come in and visit and stuff. I love it. Okay, and we'll put Jane in. Okie dokie. Do you want in this one too, Haley? It's up to you. Oh, I enjoy it, Sandy. I love doing giveaways. Woo woo. If I had more stuff around me, I'd be giving away more stuff. Okay. Stop. Alrighty. Woo, woo, woo. See who's going to win the $20. Who's it going to be? Debs. She's not here and she won the $20 one. But since you all have stuck around, I want to do one more. So we'll put Debs out. We'll leave whoever's in here. And this one will be the last one. And we will do, I'm not even going to put a go in for it, but it will be for the amount. Because I feel like it. I wish I had makeup put together too. We're going to do $30 on the last one, and you don't have to put means in. Whoever's left in here. Woohoo! Or I could just, how many's left? 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? I'm going to do something better. We're going to remove this. And all of you that's left in here, you're going to get $10 a piece. That's just how I roll because I don't like people losing. So we're going to put 10 for hidden. Just don't forget to send me your Cash App or your PayPal to my email. And we're just going to do it this way. So you will all get something because that's just how I roll. I can do this while it's smaller numbers. If I had more in here, I would be able to pull this off, but I can for this. So there you go. Everybody wins something. That was under the knees. Woohoo! That makes me feel even better. Oh, you're all welcome. And thanks for coming and visit with me because this is how I feel. There are millions of channels on here that people could be into, and I truly feel this way. And you're visiting with me, little old me. And that means more than what you will ever know. It really does. So, yeah. I'm excited. So once I get all your mails in, let's start sending some cash. Go look at my emails. See who came in. Okay, we will do. Where's the other two? Okay, Nadine, she will get hers. And then I will mail her stuff out once I get it packed up. Okay, let's come in here. You get to my PayPal. My PayPal. Just give me a minute to get this sent. This way you guys won't be, I'm sending friends and family so you don't get stuck with the fee. Okay. So Nadine's is sent. Okay, next. Just bear with me. Let me know if you got it too. So I want to make sure it all goes through. Okay, how come I don't have the rest of your stuff, people? You got to send it to me. Did you guys send me your? You got to email me your PayPal info. I put it in here. Yeah, I want all of the PayPal info, Jane. Here's my. Well, hey there. There's North. I was wondering which person you were on the panel. Welcome in, North. You guys are hysterical. This is who I was talking about earlier that I met in Tupac's stream. And then I went into their panel and they were so funny. So, yes, give me your emails or send me your PayPal emails to my email. You're welcome. Hey, Christine, you guys missed the giveaways. Let me get it in here. For some reason, my camera in here is yes, you're welcome, Nadine, and you enjoy. Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. I like when people talk crap. Let me get. I need the rest of your emails. Heck, I'm going to even have to dig up Deb's. All right, Haley, thank you. Haley's my adopted niece. Okay, let me get to my mail. I did my 5-year YouTube giveaway. That was so much fun. You guys missed it. Christine, you should have been here. I gave away a pink tool set. I hate the color pink. I'm all about the blue. But for Breast Cancer Awareness Month 1 year for October, I had purchased this. I did this as a giveaway that Nadine won. It's a pink tool set. Isn't that cute? And then Deb's crafting room. She won the pink gardening set. Yes, and you missed it. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. But this gardening set's really cool. I always try to find cool stuff on the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. All right, Cynthia. Just tell me that it's you. And the lines if I don't know. Like Hidden, I don't know your first name, so just put Hidden in the title so I know it's you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Haley. She stuck it in for me. It's Tammy's Makeup Treats at gmail.com. I used to do makeup reviews. And I like that name because it's cute. So let's see here. Whoever sends their email, I can send the cash to you guys now. But I know how hard it is. Inflation sucks. And as long as my husband and I are able, we're going to help people because that's just something that I believe in. My dad was the type of person that, like I said, if you lived on my lane and he found out your job was gone, he'd be the first one showing up at your door with pizza. I came from a very giving family. So I was very fortunate. let me get to PayPal. Hey, I'm having fun. I enjoy this. This is such fun. And if anybody's interested in the school backpack giveaway for kids, I do one every single year. This is the first year I haven't done it because last year, it's like the first year I did it, there was a bunch of people that wanted in. And then the next year it got less and less. And I think because sometimes the giveaway things, I know on Instagram it seems like it's fake, but not all of us are fake. Some of us really do giveaways. So if anybody's interested in that, let me know, because if you are, then I will do it again this year. Who actually got me into doing the back to school giveaways was Danielle Ray. She is an amazing makeup artist. And I love her. I just do. I have liked her channel since I've been on here. And she started doing it, but she would incorporate makeup. Like hers are more leaning toward college students. It's kind of a mix because you can have a college sister and get the makeup, and then the little kids, because she does like markers and all that kind of stuff for like middle school kids. So hers is really a mix, but I really love that she did that. Now she's sponsored to do it. And it's really cool because I think it's the Ibotta app that sponsors her to do it every year. And she does massive back to school giveaways. I mean, they're huge and they're for everywhere. And I think some girl in India won it one year. But I enjoy I just do a regular backpack. I don't include makeup in mine, but it's for like a grade school kid. But if nobody's interested, then I'm not going to do it this year. One year it was a lady who went on my Instagram and she was so ecstatic. She sent me pictures of her kids opening the box. It was the cutest thing ever. Okay, come on. Now my PayPal's being a pain. But yeah, you could do a lot of good stuff. With your platform. I don't know what is going on. My PayPal won't let me in. Come on, being a jerk. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. I was putting the wrong number in. That's why. I'm doing good here, folks. Okay, let me go to send. Really, PayPal? Oh my goodness, are they being a pain in my butt? I use them so much, they're trying to give me a credit. I don't want a credit. Oh my gosh. Okay, this will be for Penny. Continue. Okay. Penny's, yours was just sent. I don't know why this is taking me forever, but it is. So I'm going to put set on these so I know they're done. There's Penny. Nadine's was sent. Okay. Let me get to the next email. Just be patient with me. Takes me a few minutes. I had to copy and paste everything. Okay. Hidden, you will be next. Send. Come on. Be cooperative. Let me pull Hidden up here. And I will tell you one thing I learned about the PayPal Cash App, or the Cash App, the PayPal app. Don't use it, because for some reason that app hides the friends and family way of sending. I don't know why it does that, but I took it off my phone because it kept hiding it. I'm like, what the heck? Okay, Hidden, yours was just sent. Let me know when you get yours. Let me get to the next one. You're welcome, Janie. Janie, you're so cute. I like how excited she gets. She puts everything in all caps. Okay, let me get here. I had so much fun talking to my grandson, Steven, today. He's so stinking cute. He's like, I want to come and stay with you. I told him, I said, right now, Nana's house is a mess because I'm scrubbing everything up the weight. You're welcome, and thank you for letting me know, Hidden. And then we got Janie next. I love doing this for you guys, so enjoy it because it's gas money, it's food money, it's whatever your heart wants to use it for. Our gas dropped here lately. I heard it was going to drop and go back up again. I'm not sure because you know how rumors are. Come on, let me paste. Okay. JD, so pretty. Come on. Send it already. Okay. So Janie's is sent. And now I need Deb's. I'll have to find hers. I probably have her mail somewhere. Haley's and Cynthia's. Let me get in here. Look for Haley's. There she is. And congrats to you all for participating and making my day, because this was fun. Let's see here. No, I don't want to open an app. Oh my gosh. Quit asking me questions, PayPal. Give me this. This is why it's too hard for me to do like more than one channel and at a time, because I can't keep track. And people miss the giveaways and stuff like that. And there's some people who will be in like more than one sale. And then they'll come back and say, could you repeat what you just showed? And that's just not fair to the seller. I can only do one at a time, maybe two, but no more than that. I had 5 sales up one time. I thought I was going to go bonkers. I felt like a telephone operator. It was like, you guys are overwhelming me. I can't listen to all of you at once. I can't do it. Okay. So this one is going to Haley. It is sent, Haley. You're welcome, Jane. Sent. And then all I have is Deb and Cynthia. And we are good. I will have to go dig up Deb's. That's one thing's nice about my mail, that when I send to someone, because I would send to them or they would send to me during my live sales, and I keep it in my sent folder so I can find everybody easier when stuff like this happens. So I don't have to keep doing it. I don't know if I have Deb's in here or not, though. It's been a while since I've had a live sale. Live sales are a lot of work. The last live sale I had was a 2-day sale, and it was a quilter's estate. And let me tell you, it was a job. The invoicing isn't bad. It's the packing. Because I pack as small as I can, because you got to watch priority. Sometimes priority is beneficial and sometimes it is not beneficial. So I pack my stuff as small and as tight as I possibly can so that you have the best shipping. So that takes time. It really takes time. I'm going to see if I can find her in here. She doesn't even know she won this. That's even funnier because she wasn't here. She left. She has to work in the morning, so I know she goes to bed early. And I'm sorry I go on so late at night, but 9 o'clock is my time. Because at the time I started my lives, it works out for me and my puppy. And I was going to meetings every Wednesday, so I couldn't get here till 9 anyways. Oh, it is, Jane. It's a lot of work. And then you go through all of that. My husband was trying to kill me. He's like, I'm so tired. I said, now you know how I feel. It was a 2-day sale, and it was only supposed to be like 5 hours for 2 days. I didn't realize how much stuff I bought because the guy gave me a deal by the carloads. It took me 6 hours. Yeah, it was 6 hours the first day sale and 7 the second. He was complaining. You could hear him in the background complaining the second day. I go, would you be quiet? I said, you're terrible. He was getting so tired. He wasn't even putting in the specific item so that people could come back later. It was so funny. I wore his butt out. And then we rested a day. And then the next day we packed everything. And I did most of the work, but like he would help me bring stuff upstairs after I had it ready and the shipping labels. But man, was a job. I told him never again. I will never do another 2-day sale again. That kicked our butts. And you definitely don't get paid for everything you do, because I don't charge for nothing. You don't charge for your physical labor. I don't do like handling fees and stuff like that. But it was crazy. It's crazy. I am not finding Deb's email in here. Where is she? I'm looking. And then that way all I'll have is the other. Oh, and then you do all that work. And then somebody will say to you, I have to cancel my order because the shipping's more than what I bought. And then you just want to strangle people. It's like, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything about the shipping. And I can't keep it to the next sale because I didn't sell like every week. You know what I mean? My sales were lucky to be once a month. and then they became scattered. So I couldn't even hold the order. And it's like, oh my gosh, people. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't change your shipping. I said, would you like me? I mean, one lady, she got so smart with me. I came out and said to her, well, would you want me to charge you more for your items so that you feel better? She got pissed off, Jane. But how are you supposed to answer that? You know what I mean? What are you supposed to say to that? I don't know what to say to somebody that says that to me. It's like, I don't work for the post office and I can't give you discounts. I don't know what to tell you. Because my orders go into Etsy, and Etsy actually has a deal with the post office, so you do save. If you take it straight to the post office, you'd pay more. But it's like, I try not to be a smart ass, but sometimes you just can't help it. Like you go to a sale and you purchase one doily. It's like, what the hell? I mean, I understand their frustrations about shipping, but I can't help that all you picked up was one doily out of everything I sold. It's like crazy. The doily was pretty, and I could have charged $5 if I would have been at the antique mall, but I had these doilies for $1 a piece. So she picks up one doily and her shipping was like $5. I'm sorry, but I find stuff like that so amusing. And then they get mad. They're like, well, my shipping's more. And I go, okay, I'll change your doily to $5. And you're shipping to $1. Does that make you feel better? I just can't help it. It's just funny. It's like, go back and rewatch the sale. And if you find more items, there you go. I don't know what else to tell them. I really don't. It is. It's crazy. But when I go to a sale, I try to at least do $10 or more. It's just fun. You're welcome, Penny. You have sweet dreams. But you do get slap happy in the middle of the night when you've sold that long, you know. The longest sale I ever had since I've been on YouTube lasted 12 hours. Once. I had enough items to do a 12-hour sale. Thank goodness for StreamYard. But it was horrible. It took forever to post because it takes a long time for the upload. And it was crazy. But I was tired. And I always tell people, take a break for a day and do nothing. Just sleep after your sale and then do all that stuff. But it's really hard not to do a long sale because the thing is, with a long sale, you catch a bunch of people on different time zones. That's what's hard too. Is like I started at like 5:00 in the afternoon, but it lasted because I had Canadian people coming in, like I had people from different countries, and it just made it easier to make it a real long sale, you know, so to catch everybody than it is to go for 5 hours and then quit. It's really hard to do a 5-hour sale when it takes time for people to trickle in, unless you start at like a half an hour to 20 minutes early to give people a chance to come in. All righty. Thank you, Mark. You have a good one. And thanks for coming in. It's so much fun to have you guys come in and visit. I love it. Nope, I can't find Deb on here. I know her address. I just don't know her PayPal. I don't have her in here. Boo. I'll have to track her down. And then one day, I ran into somebody that had the same name as somebody else. And I messaged the wrong person on Facebook. She's like, I think you got the wrong one. I'm like, crap. I had 2 people with the same name. It's hard, you know, sometimes you get confused. But the whole time I sold, I mean, we do make mistakes sometimes. You know, it happens. We're human. But when you have a seller that makes mistakes every single time you order from them, that gets old. every single time. Stuff being left out of your package and stuff like that, it gets old. But the two biggest mistakes I made as a seller so far, twice this happened to me. I had everything lined up in a row. At least I thought I did. And I went to take a package. And I don't know how the post office didn't catch this because this package was heavy. And I loaded it and went to get it. I mailed it to the wrong person. I was like, no. And I didn't realize it till after it was gone. And I went to pack up the real package she's supposed to have, and it wasn't there. So here I didn't have it lined up like I thought, but that package was so much heavier than what the postage should have been. So what I did was thank goodness we do have good people in the crafting community that way, because I know who she is. I contacted her and I said, could you please do me a favor? I said, I need you to ship that package back to me and then take a picture of the receipt, and I will reimburse you the shipping. Plus, I will give you free shipping on your order because you're doing this for me. And that's what you do as a seller. You take responsibility. So she thanked me. She goes, oh my goodness. And I said, it was my mistake because I sent you the wrong order. So she sent it back. And she did good, but she forgot to tell her husband to send it back media. So I really paid for that one, Jane. But it's okay because it's my mistake. Because when you ship media, you do get a price cut because it was mostly books, and books are heavy. So then the second time it happened, it was like, no, I don't do that anymore. I double check myself. But the second time it happened, I sent it to another person. I did the same thing. And his shipping wasn't that much because he had a small order. So I went ahead and just gave him just a complete free order, and he was all happy. So yeah, you just got to make it right. And there are some sellers on here that are in denial. They come off like, I didn't make a mistake. And I said, I have a memo pad on my phone and I type everything down and the price beside it. Yes, it is missing items, and I can tell you what they are. That's why I stress to people, whenever you're in a sale, please either have a piece of paper and a notepad and pen and write your stuff down, or have your memo open on your phone and keep track, because I can't tell you how many times missing items have just not come. Now, sometimes I haven't been charged for them, and sometimes I have been. So, the ones you're not charged for is no big deal. But when you're charged for them, you want to make sure you get your stuff. Thank you, North. But I have, when I came to YouTube, my story is so funny because I was not planning on a YouTube channel. I didn't even know the common user could have a channel. And when I came here, my whole thing was, it all started with a friend of mine that was moving. For the new people to the channel, this is my YouTube story. She was moving and she had a bag of books. And I'm a book lover. I have always been the library nerd. And I told her, I said, Karen, that bag is going to break. She had her books in a garbage bag. I said, I have a tote you can use. She goes, oh no, I'm throwing them away. I'm like, what? What do you mean you're throwing away perfectly good books? She says, well, since you're helping me take them home. My whole life when I was in high school, I wanted a brand new bookstore. I wanted to have the cute little storefront that I could decorate for the holidays. And for parents who needed a break from their kids, my plan was to have a story time and maybe have like a high school student help me that was going into childcare, that kind of degree. And I was going to maybe have them help me and pay them to come in and help me. This was my dream ever since I was in high school. Well, by the time I got out of high school, all the stores were gone. Like Walden's had sold out, and Walmart and all the conglomerates took over, and they made books so cheap, the stores couldn't stay open. So when she did this, I sat on this for 3 years. I had that tote in my basement literally for 3 years. And I'm like, just sitting one day. I was in church. I went to this church as a guest with one of my kids. And I'm like, okay, Lord, you know what I wanted to do with my life? Even though I went to college, I ended up working in the mental health field with people who had mental disorders. I was a behavior specialist assistant for a place here because I do have an associate's in psychology degree. So it was, and I do enjoy people. So I did that. I've been an airbrush painter. I painted all the light up plastic products. Like I'm a jack of all trades. So then I just wanted something, something solid for myself. So one day I was on Amazon. I did a search and I ended up on a page. I don't know where it came from. I was looking for something completely different. And I saw books on this page and I was like looking down and I saw audio and then I saw used books, hardcover, soft cover formats. And I'm thinking, okay, Tammy. And it just hit me like a light bulb. Why does it have to be a new bookstore? Why can't it be used? And this is what happened. This light bulb went off and I thought, oh, if my friend Karen's throwing away books, how many other people are not recycling and throwing away books? So we don't need our landfills full. And I just ran with it. So I found 2 local newspapers that were for free. And I ran ads, don't throw your books away, call me. And I find this so funny because I did this 10 years ago. And I cannot believe the people that are doing it now. Like I see it in a couple local places now, but I had never seen anybody put an ad out like that. Well, the next thing I know, my phone's blowing up and people are like, yeah, I bought a Kindle and I got this wall-to-wall books that my husband had and he passed away. Can you please come pick the books up? I had a guy from another state who took care of a museum. We do a pumpkin festival here to raise money for the museum and what books don't sell. I just hated taking them to the recycling bins because we had so many nice ones. He said, so if you want to come and pick up, bring a tractor, bring like a little trailer in a truck. And I mean, this guy filled my store. Another tip when you start a business, any type of mom and pop shop, never, ever use a credit card. This is my best advice I'm going to teach you as I've learned along the way because nobody in my family owns a business. So I did all this. I'm the first person in my family to have a college degree. I'm the first person that's ever done a business within my immediate family. So I had nobody to go to ask advice. I did all this blindly. Oh, it's crazy. All right, Cynthia, I'll get you. So then what happened was I should have went for my bachelor's though, because I took so many classes for my associates. It wasn't even funny. Even my advisor told me I should have my bachelor's after all the classes I took. But anyways, so I went in and I just made up my mind, I'm going to work on the side because another job that I love is very true and dear to me is I love working in home health aid. I love being an aide that goes in and takes care of my elderly people. So I did that on the side. At the same time, that was Fridays. See, I worked Monday through Friday, 11 to 7 in my bookstore to build it and get everything ready. And then Friday and Saturday, I worked 3 o'clock 7:30 in the morning till 3 in the afternoon, something like that. It depends. Sometimes it switched up if our schedule changed because I've worked night shift too. And everything I made as a private care person went into paying for my bookstore. I never borrowed, I never got a loan, and I never went in debt. And then somebody dropped off a book that I thought was really perfect for that time is How to Start a Small Business. And it gave you tips that the highest that were closing at the time were tools. Like a person that had tools because they would go all out in debt with credit cards and then they would flop because it's expensive to do a hardware store. And a lot of eBay buyers I ran into were telling me they were buying up those places going out of business because they just couldn't make the money because with the web, it makes everything so much cheaper. So I did a lot of studying, a lot of reading. And yes, I ran into some really terrible times not having nobody to talk to. So this one website, I wanted to start on a website and I didn't know where to go. Like I said, I don't have nobody to guide me. So I had to learn everything the hard way. 6 months, I read about just different websites. And the one that popped up was Wix. And Wix, I'll tell you, if you ever see this video, you suck. It took me 5 months to set up my books on Wix.com, like Goodreads. I would go to Goodreads and copy the synopsises of the books. If they didn't have them, I would type them in by hand. And I did have a local guy help me just put up, type in the information and stuff. And we put the pictures of the books on the website. 5 months, Jane, 5 long months. And I get everything ready. And then my daughter's down the road. I had her try to order a book. Guess what? They had no shipping incorporated in their website. You gotta be freaking kidding me. So by this time, I'm exhausted, working 7 days a week. And I was like, I had my fill of the web. I just had my breakdown. Like, I don't want to do this shit no more. Sat in my chair. I feel sorry for myself. I don't want to touch this shit. Watch TV, pop and popcorn. My husband's like, you can't stop now. I said, I don't want to talk about it. I spent over $300 for the year for that website, and you even have to pay for the search engine separate monthly. I'm not kidding you. It's expensive. So I was done. I was literally done. And there's another YouTuber I follow on here, and she has this, at the time, she has this saying, keep pushing. So here I am, and I bought her mug. I have her merch. And I was like, kept looking at it every day. And I kept saying, Tammy, you never give up. Because that's one thing I am, is from a long line of Stro women, and I'm a fighter. But I just had enough at that point. So I had my little pity party for myself for a little bit. And then one day I was talking to a friend of mine that owns an alpaca farm. And I told her, I said, I just don't know if I could do it again. I don't even want to look at another website. I was just so disgusted. And so she told me, Tammy, go to Etsy. So I said, just don't want to look at the website. I said, after all the work I put into this, I didn't make one freaking sale because I don't work at the post office. I don't know how to do the shipping. So I typed it in my Facebook. Nobody said anything. So then I typed in business in my Facebook, and I put in, does anybody know anything about web? I need help on getting advertising for my bookstore and, just different details. And this guy answered me back, and randomly, this was just on a Facebook page. I have no clue where I went. I can't even remember. I typed in so much stuff, and it was an open group. He says, go to YouTube and find yourself somebody into business, and you'll get lucky with some of them, and they'll answer you in the comment section. This was my road to YouTube. So I already had Instagram, and I met a lot of makeup artists in there, which was really cool because I'm not a makeup person. I'm a tomboy. I am so not into makeup, but I was always curious about, high-end to drugstore reviews. I thought it was cool when people did reviews. So I had that on the back burner in my head. And at the same time, I go in and I'm like, I talked to this guy who was in the business. And I said on YouTube, I'm like, I am just floored. And I told him my whole journey and what happened. I said, I just can't deal with this. But by then I was already starting with Etsy. I liked Etsy's layout. I like how they did everything. Shipping's included, even for other countries. I was so pleased with that. Shipping is a pain. So I was glad with all that. And I had just started to rebuild into Etsy, with the pictures and stuff like that. But then I found out Etsy was more homemade. I couldn't just put synopsises in and sell books through Etsy. So that wasn't working either how I wanted it to. So I had to think of another way. So this guy was telling me, the common user, he says, why don't you just create a YouTube channel instead of, you can use YouTube as a tool. It doesn't have to be where you get monetized. you can use it to grow. And I thought, well, if I type in where, the state I'm in and try to find some people, I will get people here for advertising. That's my whole thing. If I could find 50 people in my state that know that I'm here, then that's all that matters. And I never thought global, you know what I mean? Because I was just not at that mindset yet. So I come on here and it was weird the first time I did a video because I ran a chat room on Yahoo for 6 years. So I already had chat experience. But you know how hard it is when you share a chat room with 60 people and everybody can talk to you and you come to YouTube and you feel like you're talking to yourself. The first video I did on here took me 5 times. I'm like, this is so weird. It was an adjustment. So then once I got my video up and I thought, this is what I'll do. I started doing out makeup tutorials because of the makeup community that I met. God only knows. I started out with my bookstore, ended up doing makeup videos. But then after the reviews were done, I was trying to figure out how to incorporate my bookstore into YouTube. Because I thought, should I show 1 book a day? Should I do this? How should I do this? Because I want people to see the condition the book's in. And I couldn't post the pictures on Etsy because it's homemade. The only time you can put books on Etsy is if they're vintage or they're antique. But you can't just take like a Nora Roberts that she just wrote and put that on Etsy. It doesn't work that way because that's not what Etsy's about. So I'm thinking, how the heck am I going to do this? So then I was watching somebody else do a live sale and they were selling different items and they were putting it as a what do you call it? A pickup order on Etsy. They would do it like a special order. Like it would say special order for Jane or special order for whoever bought from you in the stream and they could go pick it up. So that's how I incorporated my books into Etsy to get away with it. So what I did was I picked like the month of February. I took my whole romance section because Valentine's Day is in February. So I did 10 books of video in lots. You didn't have to buy the whole lot though, but I made it a lot because on Facebook, you can post 10 pictures at a time in the marketplace. So my store became a last chance home for these books. So what I did was I would do like lot 1 romance books, show the 10 books, read the synopsises, put them in the marketplace. 2, right after I posted on YouTube, they go to the marketplace. Whatever doesn't sell, people would leave me a list in my comment section or they would email me because I'd have the information in my description. Email me at this address with the title and the author or the book number because I had 1 through 10 on each one. It's better to do with the author and the book name or the book name. One or the other is easier than a number. And then at the end of the month, say like, because I show, all romance books to the end. The end of the month, I can add up the books you want, put them in my Etsy as a special order. And that's how I do my books. And it makes it so much easier because shipping's already there. They have, it's hidden, but you can find the shipping for books. You got to hit a drop down list to lock it in so that way it prints off that way. But it was a job, Jane. That's all I have to say. And then whatever doesn't sell, I donate to the local Goodwill or the Salvation Army because here I've called both places and what books don't sell, they recycle. And I would rather see a book recycled than thrown in the garbage. That's the whole thing with me, the whole plan around my bookstore. I clean the books. I go through the books to make sure all the pages are there because, yes, I've had some missing pages in the center or things that weren't printed right. I had one book that had 119 pages printed twice. That was so weird. And no, you can't make money off of it if you call the publisher. They just give you a new one. It's not like a damaged penny or a double stamped penny where you can make money. It doesn't work that way with books. I had a Stephen King book come in, and it's like typing was here and typing was here, and there was nothing down the middle. And it was a brand new hardback. So I printed it in with pencil and I put that in the giveaway because I have a bin that's just giveaway books too. So that way, if there's damage and people want them, and I did have a friend that picked it up and I told him, what the flaw was, but it was brand new, hardback. I said, it's a shame to throw it away. So I found the page online and filled it in. But then I became a dumping ground. This is where it gets horrible. So when people found out a used bookstore was here, they started dumping off everything. Like after yard sales and different things, I had people dropping off VHSs. I had people dropping off CDs. I had people dropping off DVDs. And I had people dropping off 8-track tapes. And I'm sitting here like, people, I'm a used bookstore. I don't want all this. So this girl was moving and she literally dropped a humongous stand filled with all CDs on it and told me to keep the whole stand. And we're talking good music. Like she had really good music, like Gwen Stefani and all these different people, Coldplay, everything you can imagine was on this thing. And I'm like, you really want me to keep these CDs? She just gave me the whole thing. So that's like part of my collection. Hey, CDC. Hey, college. You being good? Hey, I'm always good. You missed the giveaways tonight. Ha! See how you are. But it was crazy. And I just had to tell people to stop. You got to stop dropping off stuff because I'm not a dumping ground, because it got out of hand to where the garage that I kept my inventory in was getting so full and it became a leaked. And that's where I have a mess right now because I had to move everything into where my store is at. Now it's a mess down there because I didn't have the space for the inventory. But anyways, one of the good things that came out of my story was I had never heard of these. One of the guys that I picked up books from, I found one of these in the books in one of the boxes. This is the guy that was taking care of the museum. He was from Barnesville, Ohio, and he was taking care of the museum. So I went over there and I saw this and I'm like, what is an Ideals? Never heard of these magazines ever. Never. And I started flipping through these and I was like, oh my word. Like, look at these. They got beautiful pictures, recipes, poetry. I was in love. I was like, look at these books. Everything. Everything. And then I found another one. And it was like Valentine's Day. And they have Christmas. And they have Easter. And it's just like a crafter's dream book. Hello. Look at this stuff. And I had never heard of these. And I asked him, I said, what are these? And, he said, oh, we get those every once in a while. They're called Ideal Magazine. So I started looking them up on the web. Well, now they call it the Crafter's Crack. This is so funny. That's the name of these right now. So Michelle Scott, love her. Going to link her in here. This is my Scotty. She's awesome. She is one of my favorite people on here, I swear. She's got a heart of gold. She's got a nice crafting channel. She is so awesome. And she knows I love her. She is great. We became friends through the crafting community, and I just love her. I dearly love this girl. She is an amazing crafter, and she gives me my crack. She gets these she finds these every time she goes out. And I only found them one time at St. Vincent's, and then I haven't seen him again. So she's trying to help me build my collection. Let me tell you, ladies, she'll have these at her sales only after I've picked through what I don't have, because I keep the year. And some of these are in Roman numerals. So me and her do a private chat, and she lets me choose the ones I don't have because she's trying to help me build my collection. I'm up to 144 of these. I kid you not. And this is one of the hardbacks. And these are not cheap. When you go to look for these, sometimes you can find the paperbacks reasonable for thrift, but these hardbacks were anywhere from like $13 or $14. She sells them on hers for like $3 a piece, $2 a piece, whatever she pays. And look at this one. This is another one. And this is a hardback. And they are just beautiful. Look at this cardinal. Now, some of the crafters are tearing these apart, and they're using them in their junk drawers. Not in my house. These are staying. And I told my daughter this is going to be a legacy passed down to my granddaughters. It's for her to read and stuff, because these are just beautiful. They're beautiful books. And it says Ideals at the bottom. And they used to put these out a bunch, and then they turned around and only did it for the holidays. But you should see some of these books. They're just amazing. Oh, she tells me all the time, Jane, that she wants me to put these. I need to show her what I have, and I want to get her a list somehow, but they're really hard to put in order because there's so many of them. But I have Pinterest under Tammy's Passion. So if anybody in here has Pinterest, you want to find me, go there, because I'm always putting stuff in there that's really cool. I find like really cool pictures, anything from Harley to black cats for Halloween to horses to swans. I love everything. So I'm always putting pictures in my Pinterest. But I want to make a list of these and take a picture and put these in my Pinterest so I can keep track of what I have. But right now it's set to private. I haven't even begun to start on my ideals. But I have a list right here. See this list right here, Jane? This is how I do my ideals. I put the dates at the top and what I have under to keep track. Because I have to look up the dates because a lot are in Roman numerals. So when me and Michelle goes through these, she reads them to me, and I search them if they're in Roman numerals when we do a private chat one-on-one, and then I pick out the ones the ones I don't have, and then she sells the rest at her sale. You guys can cut them up. I'm hoarding them because I love them. And I have a couple bookshelves down there starting to get full of them, and it looks amazing. Alrighty, Jane. Just all you got to do, Jane, is go inside of the Ideals book. This is the best way to do it for me because I'm never going to remember all the pictures. Is go in here. This is where it's at. Unless the page is torn out. And what I've been doing with mine, you'll see down here, it says Ideals Volume 6, Number 1, and it has January in Roman numerals. This one happens to be from 1999. I take it right in pencil once I get them so I can keep track. But that's how I do it. And she'll say, Tammy, do you have the Easter Ideals from... She'll say volume 56, number 1, and she'll give me the date. And that's how I know if I have it or not. And if I have some that are falling apart, I probably will use those ones in crafting. But if they're not falling apart, I'm keeping them. And if I have doubles of them, I'll probably end up reselling them later for the same price I paid for them. I kept the price in some of them. I left the sticky notes in there. But they are just fantastic magazines. They really are. They're a lot of fun. But these are a blast to make. I love my little journals I make. I think they're cute. I do need to. I have 2 Etsy stores. They're sitting empty collecting dust right now. I got to build them up, but right now I just want to get my house in order, and then I'll start working on books again. My books and stuff, but right now I'm just taking a break. And I'm not planning on getting monetized on YouTube. I mean, a couple people would like to see me monetized to use. I could use the money as giveaways, but I would rather have people that want monetization to get it. And we don't really need the money right now. You know what I mean? We're doing good. I'd rather see somebody get it that needs it, you know? But that's where I stand with monetization. So as of right now, I really don't want to, but I do have a couple people that come in and they'll tip my channel because everything's in my about section, my Cash App and all that, my PayPal and stuff. So if people ever want to, I just never want people to feel pressured. But any of the money that people donate is going to go into giveaways. And I got very fortunate because I mod for a wonderful lady on here who is almost at her silver play button. And she tipped me $50 in her stream yesterday. And I was like, what? She did 2 $90 giveaways and she did a $50 tip to me because I mod for her stream all the time. And I go through her comment section and welcome new people because I love her stream. I have been following her before when she had smaller numbers and her channel has really grown. She's up to 90,000 and she's an amazing lady. She really is. And I will get her stream in here too. She's at 91,000. Oh my goodness. But she is so funny. She does old school stories. Sometimes they're about celebrities, sometimes they're about common people, but some are funny, some are horrible. But she's just a really good channel. And this is Ty. I love her. Ty said what Ty said. And she has revamped her channel so many times. And finally she hit her niche and she's doing wonderfully. And I cannot wait till she gets her silver play button. I'm going to be so excited. And a while back, she sent me a t-shirt. The t-shirt she sent me is so funny. It says Hug Dealer. Because back in Yahoo, I used to hang out in a computer room and I always send hugs to people. I love the hug emoji. It's always been my favorite. And some of the guys are like, Tammy, this is not the hug lounge. This is a computer. I said, shut up. I'm going to send hugs if I want to. And they started calling me Hug Ho. So Hug Ho became my nickname on Yahoo. And when I came over here and I started modding for her, she goes, you're just so huggy. I told her. I said, I have the Huggo nickname from chat. And she says, oh my gosh. Now she calls me the resident Huggo. And the t-shirt she sent me is so cute. I sent her one too called Hug Dealer and it has a cat on it. It's just so cute. Instead of drug dealer, hug dealer. So then she sent me one back. She told me, she said, I got another t-shirt I'm going to be sending you. So God only knows what she's going to send. But she is a blast. She really is. If you catch her on a live stream, she's an amazing person. She brought up the subject one time. Oh my gosh, us mods, we have our work cut out for us sometimes. She likes to talk about things that the news lies on. You know, how they try to get people turned against racism and everything's about racism. She brings it up in her channel and she talks about these subjects. And that's why I love her, because she's real. She is the real deal. And she will have no problem telling you how she feels about things. She is a strong woman. And that's one of the things I loved about her from the very beginning, is that she don't put up with no crap. She's a lot of fun. She can joke about fun things, but she also says, you know, the things that she says on her channel is so true, though. It's like she says there's people shouldn't be afraid of each other because of color. It shouldn't be about race. Let's talk about it. And you do. You get great conversations. She has had wonderful people up on her panel. She had, I don't know if you guys remember the show, what the heck was it called with JJ Walker? He would go, Dynamite. I remember the Dynamite. What was that called? The Jeffersons, and then was one show, and I'm trying to remember the shows back in the day because my dad used to love Sanford and Son. Oh my God, he used to stand in the kitchen holding his heart, going, "I'm a coming, Elizabeth." I'm like, "Oh, Dad." What was the one with JJ Walker? But anyway, the sister that played JJ Walker, yes, Good Times. His sister was up on the panel on Ty's stream, and it was a blast to listen to these people talk about everything and different books she wrote about her mother. I would love to have one of her books. And she even has celebrities. Like she's just, Ty's amazing. She really is. But I love it that people can come together and it not be about color. It be about people as one, us talking, because all lives matter. And it's true. And, you know, and she's even addressed like white supremacy. She's enlightened me to things I didn't even see. And a lot of people might not know this in here, but my great grandparents were part of the Underground Railroad. And I never knew this until my dad and my aunt shared the genealogy book. And I sent Ty a published piece of paper. The farmhouse that my mother was raised in had a place underneath of it. There was a tunnel, and they used to keep slaves there and take them to the main part was Wheeling. They used to stop out in Bethany. They would hide the slaves and then take them down there. I cannot believe my great grandparents were a part of the movie, because I always told my mother, I wasn't raised in a racist household. Nobody was ever put down in my life, and I never knew the story. And I still get chills, and I'm not going to try to get emotional because this was horrible. I was in middle school and I read Roots, and I cried through that whole freaking book. And that was my first introduction to everything, because I was born in 67. So this stuff was before me. You know what I mean? So coming back and reading the history, it was atrocious. Nobody should have ever been put through this. And I used to tell my mother all the time, I swear to God, if I'd have been alive, it'd have been part of the Underground Railroad. And not even knowing that my great-great-grandparents were. And they could have got in trouble too for the things that they did. And there was a story that was written in a paper, because I couldn't figure out where my ancestry came from that was Irish when I did my DNA testing. And here it was in that paper, my great-great-grandfather was Irish descent. So it was from my mother's dad that the Irish came. But my DNA, I'm a mutt, it came out German, Irish, and United Kingdom, clear all the way down to 2% Western Jew. And then it gave a map, like where your family came from. And I remember my grandmother talking about Czechoslovakia. So we had family come over on the ship there. So, you know, pretty much we're all immigrants, you know what I'm saying? But it was interesting, you know, putting all this stuff together. Thelma, that was her name. I couldn't remember her name. College, it was Thelma on Good Times. But it was horrible, you know. So when I see stuff as I got older, then I started seeing more and more. So that's what I said, when you go into Ty's stream, I get very educated on a lot of Black history. And it's interesting to me because, you know, it's just interesting. I find anything on here from other countries to just lives, period, when we talk about the past and the present and, you know, things that people had to go through in different cultures. I find all of that fascinating. So that's why her stream means a lot to me, and so does she. because she's very educating about the times. And some of her old school stories, they blow your mind. I mean, it's like you just sit there shaking your head at how what really even surprised me that I have learned from her stream is how people even within the same race treat each other. It's crazy. Like she talks about these stories, how people treat each other, different colors of black. Like if you're like what you call milk chocolate to dark black, how they even go against each other. Like it's just so educating, and it gives you like a rounded view of what so many people go through. And it's really sad. And some of it still goes on, and it's sad, but she really opened my eyes to a lot of things. And I think that's a good thing. I think if a lot of people were more in tune and more educated, things could get better if people wanted it to. But it's just, I don't know. But I don't know about you guys, but Roots was horrible. That was the most horrible thing I ever read in my life. But it was a touching, and then they made a show out of it. That made it even worse. I cried through every episode. My mother's like, "What's wrong with you?" Like, this is horrible. It's heart-wrenching when you see that kind of stuff and people had to live through it. I can't even imagine what it was like for anybody to live through that time. I really can't. And one of my favorite movies was The Color Purple. I freaking love that movie. I cried through that too. I'm a big sappy person over here. But The Color Purple was so good too. It really was. And it puts a lot of things in perspective because, I don't know, it just makes you think about a lot of things. But I just love that my family was part of the good side. That's just how I feel. That was my mom's side of the family. But it was interesting, the stuff that I learned about my own family and my genealogy. But all I know is I just wish everybody could make peace. I wish people could all get along and try the best they can. You're going to have people that you don't like, and that's okay too. But for the most part, we're one. We're all brothers and sisters. I don't care what anybody says. And people need to learn to try to make peace. Even if people got to agree to disagree. I just hate the fighting all the time with people. It's just horrible. Well, that's terrible, college. Yeah, that's just like me being tall. I've been 5'8" since I was in like middle school. And people used to, well, she's a giant, be afraid of her. And I'm not mean at all. All right. Thank you, Jane. But Ty is amazing. She really is. And if you get a chance, just come hang out. Listen, come and lurk on her channel sometimes. She had a live here the other day, and she's just amazing. Now, sometimes I've won giveaways in her streams, and I've passed them to other people just because I want to. But she was like, "You better take it." She's so funny. One time she says, "Don't you like my money?" I said, "It isn't about your money, Ty." I said, "I would just rather somebody else have it." And but she's funny. So part of the giveaway that you guys got tonight was the money I had went on her stream too. So anytime I ever get tipped in my channel, I keep track, because even though I'm not going to be monetized, if people do that, I keep track of it, and it all goes into giveaways because I would rather you all have it than me. And that is, some people do that when they get monetized on their channels. They give it back to people. And I know one time she did the most amazing thing. One of her regulars that comes into her streams, her daughter was going to college, and she actually donated money to her college. So tell me that's not wonderful. Ty, like I said, Ty sets a really good example. She really does. There is YouTubers that you can really look up to on here that are really good influences, and she's one of them. I like watching her, and I like watching Danielle Ray. Hey, Metro, because she's the same way. And, you can have real good influences on here if you know where to look. Hey, Mitch. I meant to put Metro in there. Oh my goodness. I get so emotional when I talk about my favorite YouTubers. But here's Danielle Ray's link. I'll stick her in here too. So if you're into makeup, she's one fun to watch. She's also works for State Farm. Danielle Ray does. She's beautiful. She's a beautiful person. And she shares her story. She fights rosacea, and the makeup smooths out her rosacea and gave her more confidence. And, people can look at, oh, you don't need makeup because you have a natural beauty. That's all fine. But how I look at makeup is not something somebody has to do. But if it makes you feel better about yourself, why not? Your face is a canvas. Why not put art on it? That's how I look at makeup. And I think she looks fabulous with makeup. I think she looks fabulous without makeup. But with her rosacea, she said she just never, till she started using like foundation, she could never get that smoothed out look on her face. And I don't know about you guys, but I remember the pimple stage in my life, and that was not fun. Going through the pimples and busting them, and then your face looks even worse. Ugh, I would cover that stuff up when I could. So if she wants to cover up her rosacea, more power to her. And she will do makeup looks before she has makeup on. She looks like a complete different person. I mean, it really does make her feel better, and you can tell when she represents herself. She had this video once a while back where her husband did her makeup. That was absolutely hysterical. It was the cutest. I love stuff like that too, so that was funny. All right, thank you, Jane. Oh, you had your 47th day. Look at you, Metro. He is rocking it, girls. And guys, if you want a good example, yes, Metro will show you a good example in males right now. He is treating his woman like a princess. He's had 47 dates with her, and they're so cute. He posts their pictures on Facebook, and they're such a cute couple. Jane, this was a digital kit. I'll do a flip through if you want me to. This was a digital kit I found on Etsy, and I really, really liked it. It was in postcards, and I get Insta Ink so I can run off a bunch of stuff. And they had this as a pocket where you folded it and pulled it up and you glued it to make a pocket. This was really cute. Let me see if I can link it to you if you're interested. Hey, Ronald. It's really cheap digital set, but you get a lot. So if there's any crafters in here interested in this, if you ever see any digitals I'm using, as long as I get it from Etsy, I'm good. Because I can go back and look at my purchases and then tell you. What? Why are you making me sign in? These apps. You think what you would sign in, they would leave you alone. Let me put this in here. What? What do you want? What do you want? Why are you picking on me? What do you want? Did you bring me home Sprite? Oh, you found me root beer. Good hubby. Tell everybody hello.
Hello, everybody. You got me in the box and won't let me out. Call 911. Shh. She's mean to me.
See how mean he is. Be good. Be good, or I'll be breaking up my granny paddle later. I had a long talk with Steven today. He called me. Yeah. Wants to know when Pappy's off again so he can come visit. Well, that's because he misses us. He's bad, Jane. Hear him. That's how he talks to my dog. He gets her going. He's so goofy. That's not it. Hold on, let me get to it real quick. I do want to share this link though. It's called Blue Daisy's Ephemera. And she only has this for $3.97, Jane, and it's a lot. Come on, be nice. Let me link you. Actually, she's got it on sale now for $2.78. And you just wouldn't believe what you get in this. Like pages and pages of stuff. It's unbelievable. It's got junk journal pages, postcard tags, and envelopes. And yes, I'm an enabler because this is a really pretty set. I love blue. So, yep, the granny paddle. My one grandson, he brought me a wooden granny paddle. He says, this is for Pap. You're welcome. But that's the listing, so you can go check it out. And if you like it, it's got the tabs you can scroll across. And I'm telling you, it is a beautiful kit. So like I said, I love blue. And it's got blue and vintage. And then this came off of Pixabay. And this was a napkin, or not a napkin, a hanky I ordered off of somebody's sale that I shoved in there. This is also part of that kit, Jane. Postcard. Look how pretty that is. And then this one down here. And then I added the butterfly. That butterfly is, I think, I can't remember if I punched that out or I fussy cutted it. I think I fussy cutted it. It might be in that too. And then this here was wrapping paper. I tried to look for all things to do with Holly Hobby. And this will be a journal that I'm keeping. This was, I can't remember where I got this. I go to so many sales, I can't remember, but this was part of the kit. And this here was just a lace. And then here's, these are part of the kit. All of these are the side tuck. And the paper's random. I just put some of the cardstock that I had in different pages. This was part of a wrapping paper. And then this is another part of that kit. Bluebird. Thank you, Metro. And then here's more. And then this was a coloring book page. And then what I did was when I tied my signatures in, these are just the little dots that you get at the Dollar Tree. And I glued them on the edges of my signatures. For some reason, this dot doesn't want to cooperate. These dots are a pain sometimes because they want to go sideways. For some reason, that slid. I don't know if I can push it back. Yeah, there it went. A little bit. I should do the challenge of making a journal just from Dollar Tree items. I haven't done that challenge yet. And this is the other one. And then here's a heart. And I made it an up tuck. And this is what the junk journaling community is all about right here. Signatures and putting things in the way you want them. You can do different size pages, pockets and tags. And I love this because when I journal, these are perfect to journal in. There's another one. And I try to match my pages and I try to put something really cute. This one came off for some reason. Don't know why. Usually I use cutouts from my die cut machine on these, but I wanted to try these dots out. And for some reason, they do not want to stay. And I did glue them extra too. Don't know why. They fight me. I'll have to work with these later. I might have to try a different type of glue maybe. That happens too. I used Alina's on these too. Or no, I used Fabri-Tac on these. I did not use Alina's. I might have to re-put these on with Alina's Tacky Glue. And then these pictures are cute because you can put pictures on them like photos. I told my kids, sorry, I don't do photo albums anymore. My daughter's like, really, Mom? I'm going to have to read all your journals to see pictures. I said, yep. Because all my pictures are going into my journals. And there's another pocket. And then this pocket I did. And I put a hanky in there, a blue floral one. And then here's this one. And then here's another pocket. This is all from that set too. That digital set is really pretty if you like blues. And then go through here. And then here's the center of this signature. And then there's another one from a digital. And this page was a lot of fun to make. I fussy cutted some of the stuff off of it. And this ticket actually came from, I believe, one of Tracy Fox's. She does beautiful digitals from the UK. Then here's lace. And then I took one of those little things. You can get these at the Dollar Tree, or you can order these. I love hankies. And then I turned this into a pocket from that digital in the back. For the same digital. And I made a pocket in the back of the book. And this is my Holly Hobby Journal. It's got 4 signatures in it. Love it. Thank you. And the one I'm working in right now, I've been starting to try to print again because they took cursive out of some schools, which I think is crazy. This is a 6 signature Golden Book of the Ugly Duckling. I freaking love this story. Always have. And I put washi tape in here and fabric to do the spine. And my messy writing. And then this. And I went through Pinterest. One thing that's nice, if you're keeping a journal for yourself, you can use copyrighted stuff because you're only keeping it. You're not selling it. But if you're selling it, you don't want copyrighted stuff. But these pictures were so stinking cute. This is why I love Pinterest. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I took baby swans since the ugly duckling's about swan. Look how cute these pictures are. I mean, who can't resist those? And then I put this in, and then look at this picture. It's a baby swan cuddled on its mother. I think that's so sweet. And then there's a picture of a swan. My camera up here is not the best. And then there's a picture of a swan. I had so much fun making these because this is my taste. And then I reused that kit again. And this is more eclectic. It's got like different styles of pages in it. But I left the story of the ugly duckling in it. What I did was just mixed pages, but left the story in so I could read the story too. And then I just color coordinated whatever pages I had. And then this was an envelope. This came off of a different digital kit. I can't remember. I'd have to go look for this one. This was more a sunflower one. And then I put a pocket. And I put this in where it latches. And I love the word hope because that was my cat's name that passed away. I had her for 22 years. She's the oldest animal I've ever owned. And then these were tickets. And then this is where I'm at right now. I didn't write yesterday, so I'm going to have to catch up in my journal. Oops. And this is the pink pens I was talking about earlier. Those are the ones they sell at the Dollar Tree for breast cancer awareness. Those are nice pens. They have the little clicky where you click it down and it's on this part. But these last longer than most pens on the market. The ink. Ink always seems to run out on me fast. And that's what I did. I just stuck random papers that I wanted to use up. And then here's another one with the swans. And that's the first signature. And yes, I did hinge some of my pages so they could stay up and down. I love this page. I think that's pretty colors. Reminds me of paint. And then here's a denim page. So this is the flip through of this because both of these are done. I like more writing than crafts. I like my crafts scattered out through my journals. But for the most part, I like the writing pages where I have stuff to put stuff down because I do like writing in mine. I've been a journaler since, oh my goodness, 1979. That's how long I've journaled. There's another picture of swans. Do I have all those journals? No. Because some of them kind of got lost in a fire. So I lost clear from 79 to 19. I think it was 1976 or something. No, 1979 to 2006. I know it was a lot. I had a lot of diaries with the locks. They all got burned up. And then I turned these into little windows with lace because I thought that was cute. These are kind of like my journals are like my practice. And then this here's a napkin that's decoupage. After you take the layers of a napkin off, if you put these over words, you would see the words come through, but I didn't want to. I put it on a smooth page and stuck swans. Horses and swans are my favorites. And then that's that book into a journal. So those are two of my creations that I'm keeping. I did make a second one of this one and some lady bought it. Yep, she did. I told her to make an offer because I never know what to sell them for. And she said 35. I said, okay, I'll take it. I've sold some. I've done some in giveaways and stuff like that. And they're fun. Horsies. You found me horsies. Yep, they're a lot of fun to create, you know. And I know a lot of people that do that. They just love to create journals and they'll put them in their Etsy, and what doesn't sell, they either do an auction on their channels or they'll do giveaways with them. It's just the love of it, you know. I've done giveaways with mine. I haven't done any lately because I don't have any stock build up right now, but I'll look. Well, let me know if you want any money for them, Jane. And another program I want to talk about before I leave tonight, if you've never heard of Defy. Alrighty, Metro. Sorry I missed ya. You have a blessed night too. Did you? Gene, that's so funny. I love Defy auctions, and what Defy is for people that don't know, it's they take low income people and they give them art supplies. It gives them hope. And it has really affected a lot of people. And I love to go into their auctions and stuff. I haven't been to the last couple auctions because I had plans on those days, which really sucked. I hate when I miss a Defy auction. And sometimes I'll donate to the shipping because I love that program. It has uplifted so many people. And I've talked to some of the artists that actually receive some of the items, and they're awesome. So I'm going to stick Hair Heart I'm going to stick her channel in here too. Because if you don't know what Defy is, you should. What is it? The second Saturday of every month, they do an auction to raise money because the hardest don't have to pay for anything. They don't have to pay shipping or nothing. And care is so good. You know, when she found out my husband got hurt, Jane, he hurt his fingers at his workplace. We didn't know how long the comp was going to take to kick in because he works out of state. And instead of taking 2 weeks, it took 3. My last angel bag, because I was signed up for the angel bag, she sent it to me for free. I mean, that's how wonderful she is. Like, she's something. She really is. And when you get to know some of the hardest, they're amazing people. And, you know, they would be, you know what it's like to try to make ends meet. And you just have a really tough time sometimes when you're on a fixed income, if you're retired or disability. And some of these people were really depressed and they found out her program. And it doesn't matter what your art is. You could be into clay. You could be a painter. You could be a junk journaler. She will get you your stuff. You sign up for it and you tell them what your favorite things are, and they will make sure. And they have done things like, oh my gosh, gel plates for people. I mean, she just touches so many people. When you listen to their feedback of their stories, it's just so touching. Because some of these people will be like, you know, I'd be depressed because I could never afford to do anything. And now they have a hobby and it's just uplifting. It gives them something else to concentrate their mind on than depressing things all the time. And I think that's just awesome. She's amazing to me. She's an amazing person for the stuff she does for people. And now she's got a team of people working behind her and they all help with everything. And it's just great. It's really great. And then you can donate, even if you don't have money to donate, but you're getting rid of a D-stash or something like that. You can D-stash stuff. I donated old books. I had a whole bunch of them. I told her, here for your junk journalers. They were the kind that weren't glued in. I made sure they had that gap. And I sent her a whole bunch of different sizes. And then, of course, she waited until she got her kit. You might not see your stuff right away, but that's okay because every month is themed differently. So if you create junk journals, she'll do a month where it's all nothing but junk journals. And she did the books when she had kits ready for junk journals. She put kits together from other people, you know, that donated, and she made kits for people with the book in them. I just thought that was awesome. I haven't seen them yet, Jane. But I did miss the last, I think, 2 auctions, but I need to get back to them because I do miss it. I do miss going to the auctions. It's an all-day sale. She's got everything numbered. She shows previews of items. So if there's something that pops up that's your favorite, you can go in after it. I love that she does the previews because it gives you an idea. Everybody's so talented. Thanks, Jane. I love looking at all the talents of these people. I really do. There's a lot of talent in the crafting community. It just amazes me. And, you know, a lot of these people that have the real talent, and I'm not saying, you know, people that do show don't have talent, because they do, but we have a lot of hidden people, Jane. We do. Like, there's a lot of people that don't have channels and they have never sold or anything like that. Like, I'll tell you a good example is Mousy Deb. Have you ever seen some of that woman's creations? I've seen her post on Facebook and I was like, what? She shocked me so bad. She used to come to my sales when I had them once a month, and she was always buying stuff off of me. And I found a whole bunch of mouse stuff. Every time I go out, if something jumps out at me, if I know somebody's collecting it, I bring it home and turn it into a Happy Mail. And because she bought off of me, I thought, because I don't forget about my sellers, my buyers, I mean. I have noticed some streams that you buy from, if you leave, you never hear from them people. I think that's sad. They're all about the money. They don't care about the people. And I think that's horrible. And then I have been to sales where they do care. They'll contact you whether you buy or not. So I'm not one of those people that just because you're not in buying, I'm not going to come pick on you. I'll find you because I want to keep in touch with my people that buy. So I don't forget stuff. So every once in a while, I would sneak a Happy Mail in for people who previously bought at my sales. And I sent Deb, not expecting nothing in return. That's not what Happy Mails are about. I just sent it to her because I found a bunch of my mouse stuff. And she keeps telling me one of these days she's going to do a mouse journal. And I thought, well, these are cute. I found stamps, just a bunch of different things. So I sent it to her. So then she told me, she says, I just wanted to let you know, she says, I sent a mail to you. It's just a bunch of shit thrown in a box. That's just what she said to me, Jane. I said, what? She says, well, I know sometimes you have trouble with your mail, so I want to make sure you check your porch, because I do. I have to watch my porch for mail. She cracks me up. So when I got her box and I opened it, I was floored. Throw a bunch of shit in a box, my ass. She's the one that got me to buy the chipboard journal, that did the one that I did for my dad. This woman blew me away. She did the most beautifulest binder full of horses that I have ever seen, because she knows I love horses. So here's her and little Pearly Poo behind my back in secret. What kind of horse does Tammy like? She's picking on Pearl. And Pearl gave her stuff, and then she got stuff. And I'm telling you, this binder is gorgeous. I've showed it a couple times in my lives. It is beautiful. And she about killed. She made my Christmas that year. I'm like, I can't believe you did this. And my one granddaughter, who's a twin, she's also a left-hander and love horses. I wonder where she got that from. She's seen that binder. She says, can you ask that lady to make me one? She's so funny. She cracks me up. And I told her, I said, well, I'll ask, but I don't know if she'll make one for you, because this was actually a gift for Nana because I sent her stuff. But she did. She surprised me. It's beautiful. Oh, my God. I love it. It's like the never-ending glue book of horses. It's so beautiful. I'll have to, college. I'll have to get on it. It's like, so I asked Deb, right now she doesn't have the time because she's been busy. Well, then I was watching Facebook, and I'm telling you, the talent that woman has blows me away. And we didn't even know it because she never advertises it. She just started posting her stuff. She did the most beautifulest journals. Oh my gosh. I saw her pictures on Facebook and I was just floored. All these hidden talents we don't even know about, because a lot of people with talents, they just lurk and they're crafting while we're doing videos and stuff. And you don't know they're there, but they're there. They're hiding. And I told her, I said, my goodness, woman, I said, you should do videos and things. And she's like, nope, I just do it for fun. And she doesn't want to get into all that. And I'm like, okay, some of these lurkers are pretty amazing. But I about died when I saw that Christmas. I mean, that horse one. When I go down to my basically craft room downstairs and show that thing, every time I open it, I just love that thing all over again. I've added some stuff to it since she gave it to me, but it's so beautiful. So if you don't know what a glue book is, they're awesome too. I love how everybody journals differently. Like I watched this one girl when she journals, She doesn't journal on a whole page like I do. She, I think it's Deidre. When she does hers, she'll do like just a little line paper and tell you what she did with the day, like took the kids to the zoo and such. And then she'll put pictures around it. Excuse me, of the zoo and her kids. And I love that because it's saving a moment in time with your kids, like a little piece of history. So it's really amazing watching some of the crafters on here and seeing the different styles that they do, because it really gives you really cool ideas on what styles of journals to make. It's really, really awesome. These pages I like coloring because you can fussy cut these out and use them separate, or you can put them through your die machine and just use pieces. That's why I like the one with these. All my crayons are breaking. What is up with you, Crayola? The crayons are not being nice, Jane. They're being mean. They keep breaking on me. They're being bad. Little bad crayons. Only thing I need is a crayon sharpener. I don't think the box doesn't have one. I remember the big box used to have a little crayon sharpeners built in, but I do have 2 Crayola tins that are gorgeous. I can't wait to get the top of my house done to start my bottom, because when I get my craft room up and ready, oh my word, it's going to be beautiful when it's done. You should see the things I have collected sitting in it. If I ever get it done in my lifetime, it's going to take me forever. But I got one of those wallpaper sample books. There was a lady selling them huge books, and the if you like working with wallpaper, always check the Facebook Marketplace. She was selling them huge books. I've seen people sell them for $30 or more. eBay, they're really high. She was selling them for $10 a piece. I swear, if you would see the wallpaper books I got, you would die. I told her I want all of them. So she sold me every single one of them, and they are fabulous. And I was going through this one wallpaper book, and I fell in love with this one wallpaper. I said, oh my gosh, this will look beautiful in my craft room. But the only thing bad about the wall in my craft room is it's got red paneling. Who would put red paneling in a room? I don't know. My craft room looks like red rum. Seriously. It's like the reddest paneling you've ever seen. It's gross. I hate the walls. But they had a YouTube video on how you can put wallpaper on top of paneling. And they were saying that you got to fill in the grooves of the paneling. It would be a job, to say the least. But I would love to paint part of it and have like the wall part, the wallpaper on the other part of it. You know how some people have that off wall where they paint all the walls, they have one with wallpaper. I want this wallpaper on all of my walls and the rest of it in one painted. This wallpaper is so gorgeous. And it's still available, but it is so expensive. My husband says maybe the reverse. We might be able to do it on one wall and I'd have to paint the rest. Some of that sucks, because I really love that wallpaper. So I don't know what colors my walls are going to be. I was looking for maybe kind of like a grayish blue look. But I have the most awesomest stuff I have bought off of Crafters. that will be put up on the walls and in that room. And I just can't wait to do a tour and say, I got this from so and so sale, and I got this from so and so sale. And they're all contributing to my craft room. My Sunny Fun Time mails that everybody watches, that's the journey of my craft room. When I started on here, I had a tote of a few rolls of yarn, 2 crochet hooks, and a hook rug hook. That's all I owned. Like 2.5 years ago, because I did makeup first, I started collecting for my crafting room. So I'm not a 20-year collector like some people that's been on here for years doing this, like scrapbooking and all that. I didn't do all that. So my Sunny Fun Time mails is to show everybody on my channel. I should say it, but I just didn't think to, because somebody come at me and said, oh, I just could never do unboxings like that, because that's like you're throwing your money around showing everybody that, what you can buy. And I'm like, really? Do people really think that? I said, because that's not what they're about. I've been watching BoxyCharm unboxings, Ipsy, the Dollar Tree store hauls to Michael's, hauls to Hobby Lobby, and I have never once thought that those people were just throwing out their money like what I'm supposed to covet what they have. I thought that they were showing the bargains they get. I don't look at it that way this person does. I guess to each their own, but I said, that's not what mine are. Mine are to show my journey growing on YouTube as a crafter, what's going on in my crafting life. So everything I buy is how I'm building my craft room. So to me, it's my journey. It's not to throw into people's faces, I've got all this money, because I don't have as much money as what you think I do. All this stuff is budgeted. But some of these videos are older. They're mixed in, the old mixed with the new, because my goodness, some of these videos are from a while ago. But the videos were supposed to be my weekend ones for when I couldn't do book ones. And I had a bunch saved. And what I would do is Monday through Friday, I would be in my bookstore doing book videos. And Saturday and Sunday, the Sunny Fun Time meals were just to fill in that gap. They were like a backup video. Well, since I'm not doing my book videos, you're going to see more of the Sunny Fun Times, because my file was getting huge. And it's from different people who have sales on YouTube. I got one coming up that I just found another web store. They had everything 55% discount, because when I go into any site that I shop from, I don't care if it's Michael's, Hobby Lobby, wherever, I type in clearance. I go straight to the clearance section first and see what they have on clearance before I go back and look at the rest. So, yeah, I'm not one of those people that, I don't spend what you think I spend. And some of my hauls came from the Dollar Tree. I think there was some thrifty ones and some from the Dollar Tree I never even showed. Oh, and one of my favorite things I got to do for Mother's Day that I never got to share. And I still haven't done the video on this yet because it's sitting in my garage. I got to go to the Goodwill bins. Oh my gosh, that was an experience. I like watching the channel Paper and Moose. Renee does the most awesomest stuff on her channel. She goes out and she's a vintage shopper. She hits estate sales. I love her channel. I'm going to stick her in here too. And she's the one that got me started into estate stuff. Was Renee. because watching her, she's part of the cleanup where you go into people's houses. Oh my gosh, if you people have never seen her, she's got an awesome channel. Awesome channel. And I bought out of her Etsy store. Where the heck is she at? Oh, there she is. She is such a very caring person, too. Like when she finds the history of people. Well, quit asking her how old she is. Old Jane Halls are a blast. But she is so amazing. Like her channel is, I just love her channel. I can never get enough of Paper and Miss. We've had talks in her comment section too. And excuse me, I was thirsty. She finds the most amazing stuff. That's all I can say. I mean, she just makes you want to go out and hit everything. So she did the bins at the Goodwill. And I'm like, bins? We don't have any bins here. Our Goodwill doesn't have a lot of stuff in it. They used to have a crafting section and everything, and they took it out. They even took out their book section. I don't know why. They have like just a wee teeny. It used to be a great big 2-sided book thing. And they took it out. Now it's all purses. And then they had a crafting section and always had a lot of stuff. And I don't know what they did with it. They like scattered it through the store. It's not in one place now. It's really weird, this setup. I'm not really thrilled about our Goodwill. But I do like a couple of the Salvation Armies that's close to me. They have really good stuff if you catch it on the right day. So I heard about these bins, and I told my daughter, I said, it'd be so cool to hit the Goodwill bins, but I don't know where any of them is around us. Well, here she Googled it, and we don't have one far from where we're at. We have a little bit of a travel, but it's not that bad. So she calls me up and she says, Mom, what do you want for Mother's Day? And I said, I don't know, because I really don't need knickknacks or anything like that. I'm trying to get rid of all my dust collectors. And she said, you're not going to believe this, but I found the Goodwill bins that you were talking about. And she says, how would you like to do that for Mother's Day? I said, oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. So we didn't know what to take. I kind of watched a couple videos, and I thank God I did to prepare. I typed in Goodwill bins in YouTube, and you had different recommendations from different YouTubers. One said they didn't carry bags anymore at the store. The other one said wear gloves, a specific kind, because believe me, you don't want to wear like hospital type. You want to wear something like thicker, like, you know, men's type of gloves, handyman type, because we ripped holes through ours. But it was nice getting prepped for what to take. And I'm glad we did, because it was something. You have a line at the door, and there are a lot of eBay resellers that go into some of these because, yeah, you find some cool stuff. So what you do is they pull out bins, so many at a time, and they have it lined up. When you first walked in, they have a whole bunch lined up. And then people go through them, and it's like first come, first serve. So you pick, you like go to the clothes section, you better know the layout and then get started. But they have like jewelry mixed in with toys and crafts, and it's like all your harder stuff is in one side of the bins, and then your clothes are in the other. And I'm telling you, it is flipping crazy. Now, we're not resellers, so it doesn't matter to me to check out like one of the bins, because what they do is every half hour, at least the one we went to, they would bring out 4 brand new bins. And that's when you would see like everybody scatter to that bin because they were trying to get first serve pickings. And I'm talking, you got to squeeze in there because they're on top of each other. Well, they brought out the new bins, and first we didn't. We just watched what people did and observed. And then the second time they brought them out, you had to stand behind these yellow painted lines. Like they had these lines you had to stand behind. You weren't allowed to cross them until the bins were in place. And I hit 2 of them first with the rest of them because I just wanted to see what it was like. And I think I got a really nice haul out of them. I just haven't done the video. I have my pile sitting in my garage because you got to be careful with the bins for this reason. They are filthy. It was the filthiest picking I've ever done. It was like worse than dumpster diving. Like you see people dumpster dive and that stuff's in bags and it's clean. This was not clean. It was the filthiest thing I've ever done in my life. And it was the freaking coolest shit because they look like they had some kind of powder thrown in with the books and stuff. I don't know. Maybe they were killing bed bugs. Who knows? But this stuff you do not want to bring straight into your house. You definitely want to lock everything up in garbage bags, sealed in the heat of your car at 90 degrees if necessary, 100 degrees, wherever you live. Leave it sit there for weeks because this has been before Mother's Day and it's still not in my house. Because I had them sitting in my car. I had everything bagged up, make sure nothing's living on it. I have a magnifying glass because I'm not bringing bugs into my house. And you do got to watch every time you go thrifting for those reasons. Because you never know. I know somebody that used to go thrifting all the time and picked up bed bugs, and it was a freaking nightmare. And she's never been thrifting since. So you got to be careful. But they had the books were kind of separate, but mixed with the books were vintage cards that we like to have as crafters. But I will go through and clean everything. I wipe everything down, even pages of books, even each individual card. All that stuff will be cleaned before it comes in here, unless it's sealed. And then I'll just wipe the outside. But you would not believe the stuff I found at this bin. It was amazing. Amazing. It's like people just drop stuff off and they don't even look at it. They just automatically throw it into the bin and you just have at it. But I told my daughter I will go again. She wasn't impressed because she thought it was going to be like a big warehouse and everything was clean. That's what she thought. She thought everything's clean. It's in a big house, blah, 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 blah. You know, like a big warehouse. And I said, no, that's not how it is. I knew how it was because I saw Renee because she took her camera in and she would show people on her channel what it looked like. And my daughter was like, Mom, she's like, this is so filthy. I said, I know. And isn't it lovely? Filthy and fun. But anywhere that you buy from, you have to be careful. You know what I mean? You never know. They've even had mattress houses that's had bug issues. Heck, I'm the type of person. I even go away for vacation. I have a magnifying glass with me. I take him into hotel rooms. That's why I told my husband I'd rather have a camper because if I'm going to sleep with bugs, it's going to be my own bugs. He just laughs at me. That's the reason why I want a camper, though. I don't like staying at hotels and stuff that are dirty. And you just never know. They did a hidden camera on our news where it showed places that didn't change sheets and things like that. And these are high hotels, like high-paying hotels. So I don't trust them. It's like, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Anything moves on my pillow, buddy, I'm out of there. Just got to be careful in this day and age. You really do. I know a couple people that's worked in the hotel service too, and they said that when bed bugs get, show up, they have to literally close off the room that was rented and each room on each side until it's taken care of. I've never had bed bugs, but I've heard they are a nightmare. From people who have had them have told me they are so hard to get rid of. I deal with spiders. That's my biggest bug in my house. I'll tell you that right now. I have a spider infestation downstairs in my other craft room, and it is absolutely horrible. I told my husband the other night, they're down there running all over my crafts, laughing at me. I know they are. They're like, let's play on her lace today. Hee hee hee. Let's go play in her stuff. The only thing they can't get to is my fabrics because they're in totes and they have sealed lids. But they're running around in the rest of my stuff. They're down there in my books, just having a field day. But I want to get some of the books out of here. So when I start my new book videos, I can get more gone. The lesser stuff I have, I want to call an exterminator to come in and take care of them. I swear they're down there having babies. Some of them are so little, Jane, you can't even see them. It's like I didn't go down for like a week. And then I go down and I went to reach to type on my keyboard and I felt a freaking, ew. The web hit my hand. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. It made one right on the corner from my gesso to my laptop. And it was the teeniest little spider that if I wouldn't have seen it move, I'd have never saw it. So yeah, they're down there having babies. They're down there being naughty amongst my crafts and having babies. So I told my husband, yeah, I go down there and kill at least 4 or 5. It's ridiculous. I don't mind having one hanging in the corner. Hell, I had one I called Diva there for a while because they do keep the gnats and stuff down because we need new windows down there too. But when you've got about 4 or 5 of them that's brand new, when you haven't been there for a week, you know you got problems. The ones I have are the daddy long-legged looking kind with the little teeny bodies. But they don't jump. They run. Those are the main ones I see down there. And what's sad is like every fall, I go down there and scrub all my bookshelves down, scrub the walls and everything, you know? And the second time I went down there, I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'm looking at the top of this bookshelf, and there's literally one here, and one here on the ceiling. Like when you see spider webs that close to each other, you know you got a lot. It's like freaking really. You guys didn't even separate throughout the store. You're that close. But somebody told me if you stick Pine Sol in cotton balls. Now, I don't know if this is true. This was a farmer's old-fashioned recipe. We want to try it just to see what happens before we get an exterminator. If you take a styrofoam cup and fill it up with cotton balls and throw the regular Pine Sol, the original scented, he said he kept that in his in his barn outside, and he never saw a spider. Now, I did look up, does Pine Sol kill spiders? And there's actually a spray formula that you can mix Pine Sol with water, and it's supposed to kill spiders. Now, I tried the vinegar and water one. It didn't work. We bought pesticide from the store. It didn't work. Because most of the times the ones that say are pet friendly, they took the pesticide out. So they're not killing anything. So nothing that we buy at Walmart works. So I'm going to try the Pine Sol in the cups. And I'm just going to lay it down there and see what happens and see if it actually does repel. But we have a door to the outside. That was the entrance into my bookstore. There's that much of a gap in the bottom of the door from the step to the door. And I think that's how all the bugs are getting in the store, because I have crickets down there, and my husband stuck one of those sticky traps just to see what would happen. And it's clearing the other side of the house. Like, it's clearing another room. Like, I have my store, and then right here is the bathroom, and it's a back room over here. He stuck one of those on the floor, and it is filled. It is filled with crickets and spiders. It's gross. So that's how I know we have a spider problem. I didn't want the crickets to die, but we trapped a lot of spiders on that sticky stuff. So that's why I don't like going down there. I've been using it for storage and bringing my stuff up here, because I told Michael I don't want to be down there where there's all those spiders. So I don't know. One of these days I will get it cleaned up, though, and I will have it to where I want it to be. Because I hit some yard sales and I found some really cool tin containers, and oh my goodness, you wait till you see. I'm not going to give all my secrets away of what it's going to look like, because I do want to do a walkthrough video. I think it would be fun. Hey, Lisa, you missed the giveaways. There's going to be so many people. They're going to be like, did giveaways? I gave away some prizes, and I gave away some gifts of money. Let's see here. I'm celebrating my 5-year anniversary this Friday on YouTube. So I had to do some giveaways and stuff. Hold on, I got to do this one. Somebody sent me their email, and I want to hurry up and get it before I forget. So all I will have left will be Deb. We got one more to do tonight. And then I'll have to get Deb's so she can have hers. Let's see. Cynthia's was 10. Make sure I give them the right amount. And then when I reach 3,000 subscribers, I will be doing another giveaway. It's taken me a while. I'm getting close, but it's taken a while. Okay. Why it keeps asking the same question twice? It's like, are you sure? It's like, yeah. Okay. So Cynthia is done. We will put sent. And then all I have left is Deb. Thank you, Jane. It was fun. It's fun. It's so much fun. I love it. It is a blast. So how are you doing, Lisa? How's weather your way? We had some hot days, and then last night it rained. It cooled off. Hey, Mike. Michael, my husband's ignoring me. It's his turn to cook tonight. So I got to get on him. I love coloring. I find this so relaxing. This page is so pretty. Some of the coloring books, what I do is when I go to either the Dollar Tree or Walmart or wherever. Wally's is another place I like looking at their coloring books. I flip through it and look at the pages before I actually purchase a coloring book, just to see if it's something I'm interested in.
Want lasagna?
You don't have no more Devours?
No.
Why didn't you buy more?
Because they're $5 a fucking box.
Mike, you don't gotta cuss.
Sorry. They're $5 a box. I didn't only bought 2.
Whatever.
Money's tight.
Well, the rest of them is tight too.
Spent all the credit cards now.
I know. Get
Do you want lasagna? Or
either that or fish.
I want fish.
We have beer butter fish in there. We got tater tots. We got. It's the only thing I can think of frozen. I laid out. Cube steak. I laid it out like early this morning, and it's in the refrigerator. It should be ready hopefully by tomorrow to make. We'll have cube steak, mashed potatoes, and gravy and corn. But I don't know. Toasted cheese sounds fine, I guess.
You want toasted cheese?
Either that, or if you feel like the one in the lasagna, it's up to you. Don't matter to me. That's fine. Uda's lasagna is really good. It's a we bought it one time. I don't even know why he picked it up. He picked it up, and it's an organic lasagna, and boy, is it delicious. It is so good. I was impressed. Usually I don't like frozen lasagna, but it was good. So we've been buying it ever since, and so I'm really impressed with it. Ugh. It was like 78 here. Let me see what it is now. Thank goodness we had that rain. You know, I was thinking about something. Let's see what it is now. Yeah, it's 74 here right now. Looks like tomorrow morning we're having another storm from 8 to 10. So it cooled off. Sometimes it makes it hot, or sometimes it doesn't. But I was thinking about farmers, and I was thinking about, I was talking to another farmer on here through YouTube, and I told him it's sad that farmers can't unite a little better. On the course of, I have talked to a couple people on their homesteads in Texas, and one person, I don't know if you guys follow Patera. I love her channel. She cracks me up. What the heck is the name of her channel? She's in Tennessee. Let me see if I can find her channel real quick. I'll post her in here. But she had a video, and at the beginning of it, she read a letter from Michael, you're being noisy. She read a letter like they're in their 70s, and they've owned a farm like for years in Texas. And she said that, here she is, Appalachia's Homestead. Here she is. I love her videos. She's a Christian woman, but I tell you what, she speaks her mind. That's one of the reasons I like her. But there's one in here. It says something about a letter at the beginning of it. Let me see if I can find the actual video. Just hold on a minute. So this way you guys can go watch it if you want to. It was very touching because these people were in their 70s and they were talking about how bad it is right now with the heat. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Here it is. It's called Warning from a Farmer. This is a great video. It's such a touching video. And don't forget, if there's any links in here you want to see, you can always come back and catch them. But anyway, they were talking about the cattle and how they're putting sprinklers outside because it is so hot. And I was telling her, I wonder why they don't have air conditioning in their barns, or why they don't know people where they can. I mean, I don't know how much it costs. You know, this is just something to figure in, how much it costs to transport. But, you know, back in the day, they used to do cattle drives. They used to take them where the water is, where this and that. You know, we have deer, we have all these wild animals, but they can choose where to go. Or I'm not saying you don't have water for your cows, but like, do you have a place they can lay in the water, not just drink it? But because they're, you know, they're in a fenced in place, so it's not like they can go wherever they want, like a wild animal is the point. But it's sad that these farmers can't find a way. Like here in West Virginia, it's so much cooler than Texas temperatures. We don't get Texas temperatures. I mean, if we do, it's only a couple days and it's gone. I have never lived. I'm not saying it's not hot to touch your steering wheel here. Don't get me wrong, but we don't have that kind of heat where you instantly burn your fingers if you touch your car. And I think, why aren't they moving some of these animals to places where it's cooler is my point. Like, why can't farmers unite somehow and find a way where they can share? Because I know, like here, you know, like I know people that have pastures, and what they do is they divide it off, like their acreage, and they'll let their animals on one side of it so this side can grow up, so they have fresh grass. And then they release their animals to the other side to eat on this side. But you would think farmers could come together to prevent this. Like, why do the cattle have to be in Texas? Why can't they move them to another state just through the hot temperatures and then bring them back, is my point. Because I can't even imagine, you know, as a person, my dog's black and she draws the heat even because of the color of her fur, because I remember my dad even telling me, you know, watch when you buy a black car because it's going to pick up the heat. And he's not kidding. Like, I could never leave her out for a period of time. She would be like heat exhausted. When I put her in her pen, we have a pen for her outside that she just has her breaks. It's always a breezy, cool day. I could never imagine even putting her out there with water and food in this heat. And I hope all animal owners bring their pets in, because this heat wave has been horrible lately. But all I know is I just feel bad for the cows. It's like, I'm sorry, but if I was a farmer, I would have an air conditioning barn. I would find a way. I mean, the sprinklers probably help a little bit, but even as a kid, who wants to stand in the sun even after you're in the sprinklers? You know what I mean? I just think it's horrible. There's got to be a better way to handle it. And they had to sell off a bunch of their cattle because of the heat killed their crop. They lost a lot of their wheat crop. And if you listen to the letter, it's really sad. And I talked to another girl on here that does sales. And we were talking about this in her stream because I brought it up, and she said, yep, my dad had to sell off his cattle too, because it's really bad in Texas right now. And what people don't realize, they provide food for a lot of places, a lot of these farmers. I think each state, I don't think I would wait for the government level. I think if each state took control and decided to do things to help their own states, it would be amazing. Because I know here, I saw videos in a commercial, and I didn't even know this was going on in my own state, that some of the towns here are kind of like losing people. So there's not like a whole bunch of people and jobs for these people anymore. So they started to take, we have beautiful farming land here. We do, in different sections of West Virginia and Pennsylvania. I don't know, they're doing this thing where they're hiring military people to come in, like ex-military people that need jobs and they don't want to be around people because they suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder and things like that. And they're actually gardening. And they're taking a lot of these towns that are becoming poorer because of what's happening with job loss, and they're turning them into farming places so that people have a place to get food. I'm sure there's a way you can donate maybe for seeds and things, or you have to buy this stuff. I don't think they're giving it away for free, but you should see these beautiful farms. And I saw them on a couple YouTube commercials, and I was Googling some information about it, and it is very interesting what they're doing. So I think if each state could, find that place, but then on the flip side, the ones who are, losing their crop, why not the states that are actually prospering? Because it's beautiful here. Like West Virginia is a beautiful state. I don't care what anybody says, and it's not because I live here. I had never been to the bottom until we got older and we took our kids to the Smoke Hole Caverns and Black Waterfalls. I'm going to tell you what, driving down through the mountains of West Virginia just takes my breath away. I don't care how many pictures you take or how much live footage you do with the camera. There is nothing like being there yourself. It's just gorgeous. And I was just like, wow. It just, every time I go down there, it's just like, this is just beautiful country. And I don't understand why, when the states are hurting with their cattle, there's plenty of places in West Virginia that would make up for it if a person wanted to take their cattle and move them. And we have driven through Pennsylvania, and the ground and the farming out there is just beautiful. I used to have a job where I passed these farms every day. Just, there's so much beautiful land and the grass and everything. And it's just full of the fall here. I can't even tell you how beautiful it's here in the fall. To see red and gold and yellow. It's just like a path on a lane, like you see on the backdrops for your computer. It's just beautiful. There's so many beautiful places here. That's why I never want to move away from here, because fall here is like my favorite season. It's just beautiful. It's my favorite. Not partial to the ice, but I do like the fall here. But it's just like going through different states. I've been kind of like up and down the East Coast. I've been to Maryland. Maryland's another beautiful state. And so is Virginia. Tennessee, I love Tennessee. Florida, I don't mind visiting Florida as a tourist attraction, but would I live there? No. Florida reminds me of a bunch of swampland. I was down in Fort Myers. Now, I don't know about upper state because my father-in-law lives in Pensacola. I keep telling my husband we need to get there to visit. I don't know about the upper part, but I would not live in the lower part of Florida. You couldn't pay me to live there. You can't have a basement because you're like underwater. I wasn't impressed with Florida when I went to visit. I was like, it's okay to see, but to live there, not my choice. Never been to California. I haven't been to a lot of states out west. So I told my husband I like to jump in a camper and stay like 30 days in each state. a month in each state just to see what it's like. I think that's like the top of my bucket list. It would take us 4 years to get across the United States and back home, but it would be awesome just to see what all the different states are like. But I don't know. I just find that there's so much since I've been on the web in 2001. There's a lot of things that you can find in certain states you can't find here. And, Locker Nuts and I were talking about this, Jack and Jana, on their channel because they're in California. And we were talking about that. Like I told them, they said that a lot of their buyers and their auctions are from the East Coast. And I said, because we don't see this stuff over here. Most of the stuff they sell, you can't find on the East Coast. Like we don't have a Louis Vuitton store here. We don't have Coach stores here. Everything like that, you have to buy through the web. It's not something that you find when you walk in our, thrift stores and things, or even at yard sales. You don't ever see this kind of stuff. So it does make sense to me why they have more buyers from the East Coast. And it's just interesting. Like my daughter won second, there was first prize winner and 11 second prize winners in 17 magazine before she graduated, before the prom. It was like a prom giveaway type thing. And she was one of the 11 winners on the second. And the items that she got, like the editor called the house to let us know she won. Very nice lady. Told us we had to, her being a minor, we had to fill out papers and stuff for her and turn it in for when we did our taxes, just to show that she got this amount or whatever. And we didn't have to pay a lot on taxes, but it was just really cool because we about died when she won. We always thought those were jokes when we were kids, and we couldn't believe she won. 2 huge boxes showed up at our house. I'm talking everything you can imagine for prom. The main prize was a dress and a phone. Of course, she didn't get that part because she was one of the 11s, but I'm talking satin pillowcases. I'm talking teeth whitener from Crest and chopsticks, and there was just so many things. And this one was a sun tanning lotion. And this is the point I'm trying to make. I never heard of it. It's on the East Coast as part of a tanning line, or West Coast, from California. Never heard of this line. I told Kristen that is the most awesome smelling lotion I have ever smelled. And I kept looking for it. Still to this day, you cannot find that lotion on the East Coast. So I said, there's so many things the United States sells that we don't even know about over here from other states. And I love this lotion. Like I fell in love with this lotion. And that's how I found out it was a part of a tanning line out of California. I know, it's amazing. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head because it's been a long time ago. But oh my gosh, this lotion smelled so good. So I told somebody needs to make an online web store of shopping in the USA. And somebody did. They made a web store of different things you could find in the United States. And it's cool because I can't believe the stuff that people never heard of. Like my friend James, it seemed like everybody from the west of Mississippi never heard of cocoa wheats. I never had grits till I went to Florida. People would think that West Virginia is considered a southern state. I call us borderline because we're right in between. We're in West Virginia, not Virginia, but I never heard of grits. I wasn't raised with grits. But when I went to Florida, I got to have them. They weren't bad. The cocoa wheats is awesome. If you've ever heard of cream of wheats, it's a chocolate form of cream of wheats. It is so high in calcium and so good for your kids. The best way to eat it is lumpy with milk and sugar. It is the best hot cereal. And I can't believe people never heard of them. And it's created in Indiana. It's a United States product. And there's so many states that's never heard of it. And my friend James in Tennessee said, He said, "What's that chocolate hot cereal you eat over there?" And I said, "Are you talking about Cocoa Wheats?" And he said, "Yeah." He says, "I never heard of them until I went to Michigan." All right, Jane. But it just shocks me, this stuff that's created in the United States that we don't know about. Yeah, but I still like when it said it's made in the USA, Lisa. A lot of stuff on Amazon was from China. I like the USA store because it's not from China. It's items made in the USA that we never heard of. I can't remember. I think it's called Made in the USA store. Or Made in the USA products. Yeah, here it is. It's called Made in America store. Here's one of them anyways. But it was nice to see that somebody opened a store. You see here what it says. Our store wholesale. Maybe it was a different store. I don't know, but it was real easy to navigate. This one here has got a bunch of, this is just a listing of a bunch of mom and pop stores where it's made in the USA. Like, these aren't it. I'd have to look for it, but it's really cool. But here's one. And this one here features the stores with USA products only. So that's, I mean, I just like seeing it. I like buying from other countries, don't get me wrong, but it's just really cool to see this. But I thought it said Made in the USA was the title, but I'm not seeing the store unless it's not here anymore. Because it was a long time ago. I looked it up and I thought somebody needs to. This one here doesn't have a lot of, it's got some stuff, but not a lot of it. This kind of looks like just a, they don't sell a lot. This one here had a bunch of stuff. This one here looks just like a family-owned condensed one. But this one had everything. Like, I'm talking tape and rubber bands, and it had everything. It was just a really cool store. I only was in it one time a long time ago. I'll probably get the link saved somewhere in my mess of papers, but I have to look for it. Welcome back, Jane. But I do like searching out stuff just to see what they have out there that's made in our country, especially if times get rough, I mean, real rough, which is starting already. You're welcome. But I don't know, I don't know where this country's going, but right now it seems like it's a mess. Just don't know. But we bought a lot of Augustin stuff. We got a lot of the dehydrated foods off of Augustin Farms, and it has a 15 to 25 year shelf life. And you might get like, say, for instance, I'm just going to go off the top of my head because I don't have a can of it next to me. It's all sealed and it's oxidized. And if you open, say, like a pan of the, you don't have to have a stove to fix this stuff. In other words, you can use a fire and get yourself some cast iron skillets and cook these foods because they only take water. And they have like a buttermilk pancake mix, and there might be 40 servings in a can. Now, once the can is opened, that can has to be used within a year's period of time. Like you have a year to use it. But there's a lot of servings per can. They've dehydrated spinach. They have pancakes. They have like a milk. Because, you know, if the country's going the way people are saying it is, my suggestion is to tell people to go out, buy yourself a couple water tester kits off of Amazon and test some waterfalls near your house, because you just never know. We have a couple waterfalls where I live, and I'm going to get water test kits because sometimes people don't know, you know, like if you're driving down a back road, you don't know if somebody's sewage is going into that or if it's like, you don't know. So I suggested to buy some water kits off of Amazon and check them out, because even though you have, you know, you see all these commercials for these water filter cups, like, you know, you could take this cup out in the woods and it'll filter your water. Yeah, it might filter like debris, but it's not going to take out E. coli. It's not going to take out if there's a company dumping chemicals. That's not what these cups, they do not filter this. If it's got gasoline laying on top of the water, if you can smell it and see it, you know something's in it, but that doesn't mean the Brita water filter is going to help you with your drinking water. So my suggestion is to get a good quality water check. Check some places around you, because you just don't know where the country's going. I don't know. I've been listening to some of the homesteaders, and they believe it's going to get a lot worse. And it could. And my thought process is, whether it does or not, be prepared anyways. Because what's the worst you're going to hurt if you're prepared and it does happen is that you're just going to have extra food. And I looked at the Depression. This is just studying I do on my own. This is just me. I typed in the years of the Depression. This is just food for thought. Now, my grandmother was a child of the Depression. So she always had things set aside, like newspapers. She just always had extras of things, because she had a wood burner. So that's why, too, to start fires. But you think about this. That's August 1929 to 1939. That's 10 years. 10 years. People had to ration for food. So I told my husband, if you take 40 servings, you know, if something lasted, make sure you have enough. Because all I have to say is, if people don't think we're heading for depression right now, they're blind, because we've been in a recession. I love how the media says, oh, we're going into a recession. It's like, hello, where have you been? We've been in a recession. And if the depression hits this time, I think it's going to be worse than the first one. If things do not straighten up and something doesn't happen, we're in trouble. And this is global. It's not just the United States. It's everywhere. So when you figure out your servings, could you imagine how much food you would need to store? Just think about this for a minute. From Augustin Farms, if you take the servings per can, I'm just using Augustin as an example, because there's other things you can do. But most of the time when people can, that stuff doesn't last 15 to 25 years. Canning food was meant to be, my mother was raised on a farm. Canning food was meant to be to get people through the winter. Remember Little House on the Prairie? They used all their crops, everything that they did to get them through the winter months because they couldn't grow anything. They couldn't do anything, you know, and then by the next year, they had to start all over again. And you had to pray you didn't lose your crops by a tornado or something. That's how I base this. I don't care if Little House on the Prairie was a show. It speaks a lot of truth about how the pioneers lived. So you think of a serving even for 2 people, like me and my husband, for instance. This is not even including if you've got kids and things like that living at home. Do you know how many servings that is per person to eat a meal 3 times a day? At least 2 to 3 a day at least, for 10 years. That's a lot of freaking food you would have to stock up on to make it through that period. And when I watched pictures of people, lines at the soup kitchens, it was horrible. If you look up a lot about the Depression, it is unbelievable how them people survived. So wonder there was a lot of deaths. And if you go on YouTube, hey, Patty, if you go on YouTube and you type in recipes from the Depression, get you some moderator. Okay, share your channel. They came up with some pretty good food to get through the Depression. There are some amazing recipes I would have never even thought of. Just for people to get protein and stuff like that. It blows me away. And they are inexpensive meals and very nice. And one of them was peanut butter bread. I would have never thought to make peanut butter into a bread just to have a really cool protein meal. It's just really interesting. They did a lot of things even in the restaurants. They had this rice dish that they fried up somehow, and it looked like a piece of fish on your dish, and it was rice when it fell apart. Because when we had World War II, they had to ration meat. They found ways to use vegetables to make these incredible recipes because the vegetables, the life, it wouldn't last. It didn't have life-sustaining properties to send vegetables and stuff to our troops that were fighting. So what they did was they did the meat and they made up all these recipes with what was left. And it was incredible how these people survived. That's when our country was united. Like people pulled together and really helped each other. Hey, Christine, you guys missed all the giveaways. I had monetary giveaways. I had giveaways as gifts because this Friday is my 5th year on YouTube. So I wanted to do some giveaways for people in my celebration of my channel because 5 years is a milestone. Yeah, peanut butter's awesome, Jane. They made some really cool dishes, but long grain rice is nice because it has a really long shelf life. Thanks, Christine. Are you feeling better? Long grain wild rice, I found out a whole bunch of recipes to make it in different ways, and it's really cool. But one thing we cannot be without is a water supply. Got to make sure we have a good water supply. This is pretty. I like how that turned out. It is very colorful. This is the book I pulled it out of. It's called Trust and Thankfulness Will Get You Safely Through This Day. Trust protects you from worrying and obsessing. Thankfulness keeps you from criticizing and complaining. Jesus Calling by Sarah Young. Experience peace in his presence. I don't know where I got this at, but I really love this book. It's got a lot of cool images in it. Sometimes these pages are a lot of fun to use in our look at the birds. These are fun to use in our journals because you can even fussy cut these out. Look at that. Ooh. Look at that medallion. It's like a dueling medallion. Look at that, how pretty. The hearts. Those could be colored and cut out for cussy cutted. Fussy cutted, cussy cutted. Those would be cute in a Valentine's journal. Then I started on this page too. I'm not done with this one yet either. Cool beans. Look how pretty that is. I think that's a fox. Thought it was a wolf at first, but looks like a fox with its tail. But I don't know. Sometimes when I do Happy Mails, I even throw in one of these pages into the Happy Mail for people to color if they want to. I love doing Happy Mails. I'm working on like 5 Happy Mails right now. It's going to take me a while. Oh, it takes me forever. Oh my goodness, Christine, that's terrible. What are they going to do? That's awful. Prayer sent your way. Oh my gosh, Christine, I can only imagine. That's awful. Did they tell you like what stage are you in and stuff like that? Like how long it's been and what kind of treatments have they discussed that with you yet? That's awful. Because I know there's different stages of cervical cancer. And chemo is harsh. My son-in-law's mother has a hiatal hernia and she had to have a treatment. I forget the details and I don't want to mess up. But somehow they couldn't do surgery on her. They had to go behind it because of her hernia. And she said it made her so sick when she took this treatment. But she did, so far everything's okay. I don't blame you. Keep crafting. Keep crafting. Did you get your hen book? Did you ever get to read your hen book I sent you? We'll just take it one day at a time. I had an aunt that she had breast cancer and she had to have a mastectomy. It was hard. With everything she went through. And she even said it was a very painful experience. But she made it. She's doing good to this day. She's doing good. So just try to keep positive. So my aunt said, she says, all I had, her recommendation for anybody is try to keep your head up best you can. I'm telling you, some of these cancer survivors, they are fighters. But tell you another person that's been going through it too is Christina Applegate. She's been really sick with it. I didn't know that until I saw it on Google, and she has a show she does on Netflix. And it's there's a lot of stars out there that's really rooting for cancer survivors too, because they've been through stuff too. You're welcome. I've been wondering where you've been. I figured something was going on because I hadn't seen you around in a little while, and you are definitely missed, woman. You don't think I notice these things, but I do. I've noticed even some people in the crafting community I haven't seen on in a while. A couple of them kind of went to Instagram and they're kind of laying low and quiet. Because I remember Heather Doodlebug, she used to come into a lot of streams. I hardly ever see her anymore. This one guy, what did he say? He said, I shut down my... He said, I didn't post any videos on YouTube. And he says, I left for a while and nobody even noticed. I said, you don't know that. Some people just might not mention it if they don't know people to ask where you are. But oh my God, he cracked me up when he said that. I said, I notice when people are gone. I always notice when people are gone. Well, you just take care of your health first, Christine. And I'm going to try to come on Friday live because it's my 5-year anniversary. But if I don't, that's okay too. But I would like to start putting my link into chat so that if anybody wants to come up on the panel and join me, they can. Because I know Pitbull Mama asked me if she could come up here one time. But I already had plans for my channel that night. And I didn't have a chance to do it because I wasn't prepared. I think Heather is Heather's Doodle's real name. I'm thinking. The only person that I knew on here, Jane, that didn't have the name, I don't know if you remember Allie. She used to come under Alley Cat. She would go into some of the live sales. Her name was really Karen, and she passed away. And it was horrible. We had the best night one of my sales. We laughed. Oh my gosh. It was one of the best sales I had. And she had me read the greeting cards to her. And we just rolled at some of these greeting cards I had because they were so funny about these bears. And she bought some off of me. And when she passed away and it was on Facebook, oh my gosh, it broke my heart. We had so many. I still have our private chats. I never deleted them. I have a hard time deleting them when somebody passes away. I hate that. I'm lazy on Facebook. I have messages that are like miles long and I never delete them. I'm just lazy. It's not because I'm really saving them for anything specific. I just don't delete for a while. I don't know why. It's just a habit. Yes. And yep, she used to go in Rebecca Shep, Jane. And we had some great talks in private, and I still have them. And it's like, I miss her so much. I posted her obituary when her husband and daughter let us know what happened to her. I posted it on my Facebook page. But oh my gosh, she was such a good-hearted person. She was funny. She was feisty. She was loving. She was funny. And it's just so sad we lost one of our best crafting people. Yep, that is her. Yep, her first name was Karen. Some people don't use their names on here. You know another person that disappeared? We had 2 Karen Thompsons. There's the Karen Thompson that owns the antique store, and then we had another Karen Thompson. And I don't know what happened to them. The only way you would know the difference is their pictures were different in their profiles. I don't know what happened to the second one. The original one, she hangs out on. Somebody told me she fell. Something happened to her. And she don't. Yeah, one is still here. She hangs out on a couple of streams, but she don't go to many streams like she used to. She has some medical problems. And then the other one, she just disappeared. She was very friendly too. Now I have the original Karen, the first Karen. I have her on my Facebook, but I don't know what happened to the second one. Yeah. Her husband and daughter just posted on her daughter. They posted on her Facebook to let us all know, to keep us in touch. But yeah, she was an amazing person to talk to for sure. But yeah, Yahoo. My friend Steven passed away, and my friend Rita. I knew them since 2001. Rita, I got to meet face to face. She was one of the Yahooers I met offline. I flew to Florida to meet her. I stayed in Fort Myers with my daughters. We drove to St. Pete. We ate breakfast at the Cracker Barrel. She begged me to stay another week, but I just couldn't do it. I wished I would have had the money to, but she passed away the following. She was fighting lupus. And she come on one day. She says, I'm just tired. She was just tired. And so she passed away, but I got a picture of us together. She was like my best friend on Yahoo for 6 years before we met in person. And then I didn't know that her husband, Bob, at the time had cancer. I don't know if he was her husband or if he was her boyfriend, but I didn't even know he had cancer. And here her brother came on, because I had all of them on my messenger. Her brother Gary come on, and he says, I wanted to tell you. He said, shortly after Sis died, he said, Bob died of cancer. And I go, what? I said, I didn't even know he was sick. And he said, yeah. He says he was fighting cancer. And then I don't know what happened to Gary. He has to be lost without his sister. They were so close. He told me all the time when I talked, he says, man, I miss Rita so much. I said, so do I. She used to go by the screen name Sin Writer's Dreamcatcher on Yahoo, and she also had Devil in the Tight Blue Jeans. She had the cutest IDs over there, but she didn't take no crap from nobody. She would tell you off in a heartbeat. She was a feisty person, but I loved her. She was awesome. She would never put up with you two people. If people would have come out to her, she don't care. You're mean to me, she would tell your ass to go to hell. She just didn't. She had no filter. And I think because, I think when you get older, and I think because when you know you're sick and you only have so much time on here, you don't have time for the pettiness. She just didn't. She cracked me up. She was so feisty. I remember when her instant messages, she would get these instant messages from these guys. She would get up on that mic saying, does it look like I have sent me a private message on my forehead? She goes, get out of my box. She says, I have my private messages open. If you need some tech help, or if you're in a room with me and chat, you could ask to instant message me. She used to lay down the law. She was a riot. Oh my God, I loved her. I miss her mouth on the mic. And she was part Cherokee. And she used to go stay on reservations. And oh my goodness, I will never forget when they had a power outage down there in Florida. She says, oh my God, these kids don't know how to survive. You should have heard her. You guys would have loved her. She was so funny. She said, we had people from a 3-block radius, and we had to tell these kids to calm down. You don't need your games. You don't need a microwave. You can survive. She said we had to get together and teach these kids how to make it so that they would quit flipping out. She says these kids would not know what to do with themselves. There was a panic. She says, but that's what I loved about being Cherokee. She says, because we used to go stay on the reservation and we would keep in touch with the way the world was, where you don't rely on this kind of stuff. Off the grid is what you did. But oh my gosh, it was so funny. So funny. She was a lovely person for sure. Very kind-hearted. She would give the shirt off her back to help people. Did you see my burglar? This is my burglar. I actually did a video. And I was going to do comments in my comment section as a giveaway. And I put a secret hidden giveaway in that video and nobody saw it. Nobody. So that tells me that some people were only watching the beginning and running. Nobody said a word. I kept going back to the comment section and nothing. Because some of the makeup people have been doing hidden giveaways to see who's given full watch. And there is so many giveaways people miss out on. It's really sad. I see them because I keep a watch, but I don't need any makeup. So I told her, I said, I see. This one bigger YouTuber, I said, I see, and I'll put in what she tells me to put in. I said, but I'm not entering the giveaway because I don't need any makeup. But it is funny. I don't know. I enjoy live streams on here, but I can't do them all the time. I have a whole week to have back build up gabbing stuff for you people. But if I had to go live every night, I can't. I can't do it. I don't have that much to talk about. I can talk your legs off in my lives when I have them. But if I had to do this every night, it wouldn't work. I remember in chat, because I created a room with a friend of mine, me and him ran the room together. And I remember I would get real quiet and he would go, okay, where's she up to? And I'm over here playing an animation. Because they would be like, she's in the naughty boxes. She's being quiet. This is what they used to call direct messages, private messages was naughty boxes. I'm not in a freaking naughty box. And this one night was so funny. My friend Cash, she was a school teacher from Maine. And me and her used to hang out all the time on Yahoo. This is so funny. Oh my goodness. One time I was on the phone with her. This was so comical. This is what I like that you could do about chat rooms and you could have fun. She was on the phone with me and she heard somebody say that to me. And I'm like, I have a big friends list. I mean, you would scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. My chat list was huge. I had to have 2 messengers under 2 different IDs just to hold everybody. But I never was in private messages. People just never bothered me because they knew that my message list was so big. We just all met in a chat room and talked with each other. So one day I was on the phone with Cass and she heard somebody over the microphone say, oh, they called me Passion, Pass, Pash. I had all kinds. Passion's always been in one of my IDs. So I was always called Passy. Kiss was another thing that they called me. I had nicknames from all over the world too. The UK people used to call me Pash for some reason. But anyways, she heard somebody over my speaker when we were on the phone say, oh, there she is. There goes Pash in the naughty box again. I said, I am not. I'm on the phone. And she heard it. So she came in. What was her ID? What the heck did she make? Passion's Cyber Love or something like that. She made the funniest ID ever. It was some, I can't remember the exact name, but it was like it was a my boyfriend, but she didn't have a male in it. She just had like Passion's Love or something. She come up in the chat room and she wasn't on the microphone. So nobody knew she was a girl. And it was so funny. She says, "What were you saying? Were you accusing her of being in the naughty box?" Well, maybe she's in my naughty box. It's the stuff she was typing in the chat. And I'm over here laughing because I knew it was her. And she goes, "Watch this." And she had that whole room thinking I had a boyfriend on the side. Because the whole time I've been on the web, I've been married. I don't have no boyfriends on the side. And except for Harold Baldinger, but we'll talk about him later. Harold Baldinger is a joke with Michelle Scott. But anyways, so she comes up and she has this whole room believing I'm this bad person. I'm being naughty over here. And she had him going for a good hour. I mean, she was saying some funny stuff in the room. She goes, "Yes, she's sexy. Yes." And she's saying all this stuff. And then they're like, "See, we knew she was over there being bad." And then she gets on the mic. She goes, "She's always bad." And when they heard her voice, they started laughing because the regulars knew who Cass was because she was always in the chat room too. And they're like, "Oh my God, it's a girl. It's Cass." And I said, "Yeah, so shut up, guys, because it's not what you think." So I'm just busy. I have quiet days sometimes, believe it or not. As much as I talk, I do like having my quiet moments. But it was funny. But Harold Baldinger is a funny story. Take care, Patty. Thanks for coming in. We were looking at pictures and they were having a sale, and it was a bunch of antique, what are them called, cabinet cards. And it was books, old books and stuff. And Michelle Scott opened this book and she says, "Look, we have a Harold Baldinger and somebody else." I go, "Shh, Harold's my boyfriend, but don't tell my husband." And so we started this funny joke. I can't even remember what we were talking about, but like Harold like lived in the 1800s, so my boyfriend's a ghost. But his name kept popping up, and it was so funny because somebody had a cabinet card here recently, and he had them, you know, that mustache that rolls up like the handlebar. I go, "Oh my God, it's Harold." So now Harold has a face, but it was just funny. Thanks, Patty. So it's a joke. So Harold Baldinger is one guy. And my husband comes on myself, Michelle. I go, "Shh, quit talking about Harold." I said, "Michael here." Mike's like, "What?" And I said, "Shh, I got a web boyfriend. Leave me alone, Mike." And he goes, "Well, tell him to pay your bills." I said, "He can. He died in the 1800s. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. But oh my gosh, it's hysterical. I can't remember if I got that picture or not. I'll have to look through my cabinet. Of course, I think somebody else bought Harold. But it is a funny joke. So there you go. If you need a guy, pick one from the 1800s and you won't get in trouble. That's my tip for the week. This is Jack from Locker Nuts. He always sends these cute little stickers, and they have a cartoon character, him and his wife Jana. They're fun to watch. I like watching Locker Nuts. And then on the Whatnot app, I follow a channel. They're also on Instagram, but I haven't seen her do any live sales unless I'm missing them. But Ghost in the Attic, they do really cool sales on the Whatnot app for reasonable prices. I got some really cool stuff off of some of their sales. But I'm just looking around. Right now, I think I'm good on pretty much my paper lines. Unless something new comes out, then I kind of try to keep up with the new. I am a Stamperia fanatic. I love Stamperia. Stamperia was the first paper line I ever bought. Ever. I was looking for, I think I typed in something about scrapbooking paper with lace or something, and their lace Stamperia, that one with the laces look in it, came up, and I got it in a box with a thank you from a store with a pen in it. And I have shot from that same girl twice, and I love Stamperia paper. So I have had good taste from the beginning because that was my very first line of paper. And Graphic 45 is another favorite. That I didn't find out till I went to a sale. But I do try to keep up at least with a couple of those paper lines. And I love the Fabrica Decor that comes out of the Ukraine. I actually follow an Etsy shop that has that paper line. Minte is kind of hit or miss with me. Sometimes Minte is cool, sometimes it isn't. But when I buy a paper line, even if I go to Joann's or someplace, I got to like over half the pad or I won't buy it. And there are a lot of paper pads. I'm not really into the ones that's got like the wreaths and stuff on. I'm not really into those kind or the wood backgrounds. I like busy papers. But so far, since I started building, I'm doing pretty good with books. I can sometimes find those thrifting if I'm looking for flowers or whatnot. I have a decent amount of fabric. I finally filled a tote. Mousy Deb teases me. She says, you'll never catch up. She's got like 5. And she's been collecting for years, though I haven't. So I finally got that filled. And I have a little over a shoebox in napkins. I got a nice set of markers that never go dry that are really, really cool. I have some decent tools, like my Crop-A-Dile and stuff like that. Like everything you've seen in my Sunny Fun Time mails, that's all I own. There's nothing behind the scenes hidden, except for maybe some thrifty items. But as far as all the stores, all the people I bought off in live sales, that's all in the Sunny Fun Time mails. That's pretty much all I have. And then Texas Sparkle Boutique Viv, I will find cameos and different things like that on her channel. And I get them at a pretty decent price if you want to add like things to the front to make your journals dimensional. Her channel is the one I get most of that stuff from. But I'm good. Like, I think my craft room is building up pretty good to where I can slow down. You know, when I first started, I was buying like a bunch of stuff. And now I'm to a point where I have a tote of stamps, like the wooden ones. And I have some of the clear. And I'm getting to a point where I can be picky now when I shop. I don't have to go into streams and want to buy everything the person has. So I'm doing good. Yep, I really have a good, decent amount. I know I felt like such a hog, didn't Shane? Here's Viv's channel. She's out of Texas. But I felt like, you know, I see some of these new crafters come in and I feel them because they're like, me, 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 me. I feel like we're a bunch of little birds wanting worms. You're welcome. To where we can come in, you know, and say, it's time to slow down a little bit. And kind of kick back and use what I have. And what's amazing is sometimes you have some stuff you think you're going to use, and then you're like, eh. And then you change your mind. And that's okay too, because then you can put them in a live sale and you can do a de-stash of some stuff. So like nothing goes to waste, which I think is cool. The only thing I have a problem with where I'm at right now, I don't know, like what all you have done, Jane. My thing is, I like both people, the true junk journalers that use scrap and junk mail and the stuff that use brand new stuff. And I don't want to choose between both. I like both, but I haven't quite figured out how to utilize the junk mail yet. Like my glue books, I'll cut pictures out of magazines and I'm fine with that, like harvesting magazines, but I just don't know about the used envelopes. Like, to me, I've always recycled my mail. Like, we have a plant not far from where I live. They take your paper, your cardboard, like we have all that around us. I wish our local garbage would do that so we don't have to take it to different places, because it would give jobs and it's better for the community, but our actually dump doesn't. You can put anything in it and there's no sorting, and it sucks because I wish they would. But I just don't. Like, I watch some people, and this is not a criticism, but I've seen people go as far as using baby wipes, like after they've dried up in the package and stuff, that they've incorporated that into junk journaling. I don't know. It's not that I'm criticizing them, but to me, when does it end? Do you think some crafters kind of take it too far? I can't even imagine using baby wipes in my crafts. And I don't mean to be mean. I just don't want to take it that far. I mean, how can you not be a hoarder taking it that far? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I mean? I guess maybe because I'm new to it, I don't know, but I just can't see using baby wipes. And I'm having a really hard time. I mean, I have bought a journal off of somebody that had the really coolest way of utilizing a window junk envelope, but I don't know if I want to put it in mine. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just having a really hard time with that right now. It's like, do I want to go new? Do I want to go used? Or do I want to do both? Because most of my stuff is new. It's not junk journal. I feel like I'm more of a crafting journal because nothing in here is junk. You know what I mean? Like, I paid for the digitals. I paid for everything in this. There's no receipts. There's nothing that I would throw away that's in this journal. But I feel like when I see, I think they're cool though. Like, when I watch somebody do a true junk journal and they put in the envelopes and the way they utilize it, like I've seen a woman use stuff like dryer sheets, and I think her journal is so cool. I just don't think I can do it. Does that make any sense? I guess it's the way I should have worded it. I just can't picture myself putting that stuff in my journals. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I saw one woman, she had like her receipts from the store stapled in, and it was so cool the way she did it, but it's a journal she's keeping because she wanted to keep it. But I just don't, I have so many questions. Yeah. And then when's enough? Like, I saw a girl, she took in her scraps. And now you can't recycle wallpaper. Wallpaper is definitely garbage. But she had so many like slim pieces, like this size here, a little bit wider, like than this piece right here. And what she did was she laid it down on a card and she put all the pieces on this card. And then and I'm thinking, really? Like, when is enough? Like you said, like, when is enough? Because I find myself having a plastic bag in this room full of scraps. Like, here, I'll show you. Plastic bag like this here full of scraps. I have another one in the living room, another one downstairs. But when is enough? I don't think I'm ever going to use this. Now, I have taken, when I've torn napkins apart, the white part of it, I know that people can stamp on that and stuff like that, and they have recycle. You know what I do? I clean my messes up with it. And I throw them in the garbage. Like, I feel like you could become the biggest hoarder in the world if you kept every little piece of scrap. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I look around sometimes, and you know what I want to do? I just want to gone. Yes, it's like there's got to be a time when it's enough. Because it could be really messy. My husband calls me Pigpen off of, and Charlie Brown, except my Pigpen's my crafting area. Everywhere I sit in this house, you know it's my pile. You go in my living room, here's my recliner. Here's a little tray that you would normally eat on. No, my Big Shot sits on that. Underneath it there, I actually have the binder that my dyes are in. Right next to that is the garbage where the excess paper goes. And right beside the right-hand side is the boxes that I use to upcycle into that. So I always have a mess around me in every room I go in. It's awful. It's awful. That's what I'm saying. It's like, even if you take a pizza box, you can make some of the most amazing tags. I took pizza boxes and I upcycled them, and I have law book pages. Of course, you got to read them because you got to watch some of the wording in there. But I took and I would take my die cut. I cut out the pieces of paper from the law book, and then I would cut out the pizza boxes, and I took the paper and put them over top, and they made the best tags. I used to make 50 of them and sell them for $5.50 in my live sales, and I sold out because they are so cool. Because the law book pages have little keys. So I would try to keep the keys showing. And Peggy Pitty loved those things. She says, oh my God, Tammy, these are the best law book tags I've ever seen. And I had a blast on it. And it was all upcycling. And I don't have a problem using pizza boxes, like I said, but where does it end? Like, it amazes me when I watch some of these recycling. I'm like, you really use dryer sheets. You really use baby wipes. That stuff goes in the garbage at my house. Like, I don't know where to draw the line, especially if you're watching people and trying to get ideas. I still can't do it. I can't use the baby wipes and dryer sheets. I guess maybe it's just not my thing. Hey, Tina. Tina, you know about all this stuff. Tina likes her, she does her pretty stuff. I love her stuff. She got such colorful art. I was telling Jane, I don't know if you heard me when you come in, Tina, I said, I'm trying to decide where to draw the line on what to add to junk journals. Like, some people do baby wipes, some people do dryer sheets, and they look good, but I can't imagine saving that kind of stuff for my journals. And I said, maybe it's just, I guess, just a person's niche. If that's what they choose to do, they choose to do it. But I just can't see me saving all this stuff. I have a hard enough time saving scraps because I just want to recycle it because it gets on my nerves laying around. So I am going to try, because I purged my room. I am going to try to organize it a little better instead of having like all my scraps in different bags everywhere I sit. I need to have my scraps stored in a tote, like a smaller tote, not a deep tote, but a small tote. And then maybe I heard another crafter say, if you don't use it after a year, go ahead and recycle and start over. But I do know that the wallpaper I have to be careful with because it's not recyclable. That actually has to go in the garbage. It's just, you know what I hate? I hate this. I hate when you get rid of something and then you see somebody with a video and they show you how to use it and you're like, really? Who was it? I don't remember if it was Kara or was somebody on their stream. The woman took bread twisties. I don't save these either. But she took bread twisties and she did the cutest fence. She made a fence to go on the front of a journal. And somehow she used the twisties and she painted everything white. It was the cutest stuff ever. And I think I just threw a whole bunch of those away. Oh, so that's how you do it. You do yours at the end of the month? So I had another crafter told me she holds on to hers until the end of the year, and if she doesn't, she does it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jane. That's what I don't want to happen. That's what I'm afraid of. Because I'm a clutterer already, and that's just horrible. To me, it's like I don't need to get any worse than what I am. It's like there needs to be like certain rules we need to lay down for ourselves as crafters so it doesn't get out of hand. Yes, or overwhelming, right? Or overwhelming. And with my cleaning, that's something that happens to me because I'm not a hoarder, but I do have an aunt that was a hoarder. She was, a child from the Depression. And she would go to, when my aunt passed away, it was sad. My uncle was telling us the story. She would go to, what they call it, not rummage sales is what they called it. And it was all about clothes. She was always afraid of not having clothes and material. She had a baby grand piano buried in their basement and they didn't even know it was there. And when she passed away, he said they had to clean out the whole entire basement because that's where she kept her stuff. The top part of her house was clean. He says, but she piled so much in that one room. There was mold in the carpet they had to tear up. And I don't want to do this because it could be a gene. And my daughter and I were talking about this because she's going through the same thing as me. She's like, Mom, I've been, she always tries. She's got 4 kids, so she's always trying to find ways to make her house the best for her kids. So like one time she had double bunk beds. Well, she had 3 girls in one room, and now the 2 twins are fighting because they want their own room. They want their own space. So what she ended up doing, she can't build on her house right now. So what she ended up doing with the twins, I thought this was a really cool idea. So if there's any mothers out there that's got this problem, this is really nice. She bought the kind of bunk beds where the beds are up here and you can put the desks and stuff for the kids under the bed. And she has one on each side, and then she put a divider curtain down the middle. That way her kids have their own space. And I thought that was really cool. She's because Mom, I can't afford to build on the house right now. So she did that for the twins. And then she took the 3rd child and she has her own room. And then her and her husband have a room. And then she ended up taking the space downstairs when her son wasn't afraid to stay by himself. He's 13 now, so it's no big deal. She took her rec room downstairs and turned it into his bedroom, and he's loving it. Yep. Good for you, Tina. That's a good tip to share. The end of the month. That's a good tip to share. That'll help people. And I do like watching some videos where, crafters talk about stuff, like how they organize and things like that and what they do, because I think it's really good tips. Tina, you should do a video on that. I think you would be really good at doing something like that. Like doing a video on how to keep less clutter. That would be so cool. If you do a video, let me know. And, I've been in 2 different types of houses in my lifetime that are very impressive to me because I was telling my husband, who decided to put doors on kitchen cabinets? Think about this for a minute. Sometimes when you walk into a person's kitchen, you'll see glass where you can see into their cupboards. Some of them, they have a solid wood. You have no idea where the glasses and stuff are until you open the cabinet doors. Who started that? I mean, I ask these questions because I have to see. I am going to be, when I do my craft room, it is not going to be hidden. I don't want a closet that hides my stuff. And every time I look up crafting, I haven't seen any crafters that want this, that have the style I want. Because my problem is, and I've been in a house where there has been no cabinets, like everything's open on shelves. I don't like not being able to see because I forget what I have. I do this all the time. My husband started noticing it because I have this spice cabinet in my kitchen and I want everything setting right there on that little square. And he's like, Tammy, you've got that whole countertop right there cluttered. I said, no, I can see what's there because I don't have a spice rack or nothing. So it all sits right there. And I told him my best bet would be to have a spice rack. I like to have a spice rack built above my stove where I can reach and pluck, because my crafting room, I noticed when I first started buying, everything's put away. So I can't see what I have. So then I'll buy, like I have never bought double of anything yet that I know of. But that's what causes people to do that if they can't see their inventory. And I like seeing my inventory. So my craft room, I decided, I have seen one person. I was looking at her background in her video and she had everything in cubes, but it was neat. Even though you could see it all, it didn't look cluttered. So I kind of like how hers is set up versus, you know, if you look at the commercials and you type in crafting room in IKEA and stuff, everything is closed in these closets. It's like, no, I want see-through. I want to be able to see what I have. So it's a challenge. It's going to be a real challenge for me to do this craft room. So it's going to be interesting because my husband wants to hide everything and I want to see everything. That's where we are different. See, that's me too, Tina. I want to, you know, I was talking to a couple other crafters and they said, I want everything within reach. And that's how I am too. That's why I went into Home Depot and I found one of those carts. And let me tell you, I love that cart because I can set up a lot of the main stuff I use right beside me and it's out in the open. And that's what I like about it. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind having another one. But it's really hard, you know what I mean? Especially when you're doing YouTube videos. You can't be jumping up every 5 minutes during a live to go grab your stuff. You know, you just kind of want it laid out like your clothes on a job. You want everything. And I'm not a preparer for my lives. I really am not. I kind of wing it. But I guess maybe I got to prepare a little better because I don't edit. So like everything I need has to be around me to be able to reach it. And that's what I don't have, Jane. I don't have, you know, that's what I told my husband about my book clutter. I don't have anything. Like our attic, we can't use. The floor is not done. There's no steps to it's like I don't have an attic. So this room that I'm sitting in right now, this has got my computer in, stuff in it, and right behind me is all of my decorations for Christmas. Like this room is terrible. It needs cleaned too, like the rest of the house. But what I've been trying to do is clean every single room. I've been scrubbing the walls down, changing the curtains, rearranging, but I want like a medium minimalist. I want to be able to go into my bedroom, use my vacuum cleaner, go right to the trail around my bed like as a kid. But I also need a way to organize because I do not have a lot of cabinet space in this house. I have no shelves, hardly. And there's only 3 closets. We don't even have a living room closet. I had to buy a 1,700 square foot home. And it has no storage places. Literally, there is no living room closet. there's no closets. It's like the closets are small and narrow. Me and my husband can't even fit our clothes in the same closet. That's how small these closets are. He has the guest room closet. I have the main bedroom closet to put our clothes in. My blankets are in the bottom of my closet. I can't even pull my clothes out. That's what I mean. Like I can't pull them out. Sure, they can't hang straight. So I'm trying to figure out a way to organize each room as I go through it to make it less, but more to be able to clean it easier without moving a whole bunch of stuff. So I've been doing a lot of thinking as I organize. See, that's cool, Tina. And I've seen people have shelves like above them in front, like above their computers or whatever. And they'll have their, what Tina said, they'll have their paints, their distress inks and everything all lined up, or they'll have like cubbies behind them. It kind of looks like those little mail holders. And I did find one cabinet like that on the marketplace, and I wished I would have bought it, but I didn't. But here lately, it's amazing the clutter I've picked up already, because I went on the Facebook Marketplace and I typed in bookshelves locally. This woman, I kid you not, I got the best deal. She sold 3. First, I didn't know what they were. I looked at them and I thought, I like the design in these bookshelves. They're really nice. They're not the laminated kind. They're a good kind. And she only wanted $50 for all 3 of them. And I'm thinking, that's pretty cheap for as pretty as they are. And I told my husband, when you go up there, him and my dad and my grandson went up. I said, make sure they're not like a cheap lamination. These suckers were Broyhills. I kid you not. He came back home. He says, Tammy, you got a hell of a deal. And he wasn't kidding. We didn't know they were Broyhill. They had a tag in the papers in them. And I about died. And he says, well, let me tell you this. She lived in a very ritzy section. That's all I have to say is he said these people definitely had money. He says, because this house was gorgeous. And I'm going to show you a picture of what they look like. But I would have never guessed them to be Broyhill. I mean, you can't see that in the picture. Look at these. And I'm like, it's not a whole unit. It's 3 separate pieces was in the description. I paid $50 for these, Jane. I kid you not. And they are absolutely gorgeous. So I separated them. I have one in here. I have one in my hallway. And I have another one that's going to go in my bedroom. And I like the door one in there because I can hide Christmas presents from the grandkids. So that's what I'm going to do with this one here. It's going to go in my bedroom. And so far, Sandy's funny. My friend Sandy on here, because I've been showing her the before and afters. And I can't believe how much they hold. Now I'm going to have to go back through them. Right now, I'm just picking stuff up. But I am going to go back through these and sort out what's going to be in my next live sale, because I do have stuff from online auctions and estate sales that I've been building up. And one of these days, I'll have another live sale. I haven't had one for a while now, since like last June. Not this past June, the year before. It's been a while. But I show Sandy before and after. I told Sandy, I said, look how cluttered this is. And I'll show her the before pile and after what it looks like. This is the bookshelf in here. It's a mess right now. Because I'm not done with this room. This room's only a quarter done. Those little ears right there, you see, those are on my makeup stand. I have a makeup stand that sits right beside me. But that's one of the shelves. It's disorganized right now. It's just picking up stuff. But it's, she tells me, she's, oh my Lord. She sees my befores and afters and she's like, holy shit, I'll show you one. And I'm not kidding, because I had no storage. This was my guest room. This is so funny. Shh, don't talk about me. This is what my guest room dresser looked like. Because I was crafting in there and I kept piling stuff. I have ribbons on there. I have glue. I have paper. I have books because I don't have no place to put anything. So that's the dresser before. This is so funny. We go through this and she just laughs at me. And this is what it looks like right now, only because I have a set of books and stuff that needs to come off of there. But look how much I cleaned off of this. I want organized. I can't handle the busy. I mean, before and then after. You can actually see the shelves. Oh my gosh, it's awful. It's terrible. Okay. So then this was a clutter pile I had. This was on the floor in front of the one dresser. This is the same room. It's like I got a path in my, I mean, it's bigger than a path, but you know what I mean. So that's the before and that's the after. Look how much nicer it looks when it's clean. My husband's like, I can get to the bottom of my chest of drawers now. His dresser's in the guest room. But these are all the bigger. Now, this is my husband's closet. This is all the bigger the closets are. We only have 3 of these in our entire house. So it's really hard to really put. Look how messy his room is. He's got to clean up his side. But that's what we've been doing is cleaning and rearranging. And I'm trying to get to a point where this doesn't happen again. I want to, you know. And then, of course, I have my little nib nose watching me clean. She's like, yeah, Mom, I'm over it. Get your shit together. Look at that face. I love my puppy. But yeah, I got a good bit done. It's looking good. Like I have, and then this was that room when we got it emptied. And we put the king size bed in here and the queen size in the other room. And then, you know, yeah, so we're getting there, but I want to keep it this way. Look how nice it looks, clean with no clutter. So that's my goal. And then this is the other bookshelf I have in the hallway. This is my hallway, and it's got a secretary built into it. And like I said, right now I'm just sitting stuff on it. Those drawers are filled already. I'm using one of the drawers for scraps right now. And I'm able to clean up the clutter off of that dresser. That's what went on here. It's getting there. It's been a slow process though. But that's my whole goal right now before I start doing, you know, my book videos again. As I just want my house in order. And then once I get in order, I can take my inventory and see what I have and then go from there. But I'm trying. Thank you. It's been a job, let me tell you. But those are like up here. Those were my main clutter spots. Was the guest room, because I just don't have no place to put anything. And I don't like going downstairs every single time. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is the room I'm sitting in, I'm going to have like a partial class, you know, like crafting here. And then I'm going to have the crafting in my basement. And that's going to be the 2 main places. I'm still going to use my Big Shot in the living room because I do like using my Big Shot when I'm watching TV. So I can still craft when I'm watching TV because I do like doing that in there. So I might have to just leave that part set up, but I need to empty the rest. Like I have some boxes I bought, you know, that have the handles, the office style. They're so expensive in Walmart, but I found a company online was 10 for like, I think it was like 10 boxes for $27. It was really cheap compared to going to Walmart. My God, them suckers are expensive a piece. So I bought a pack of those. My husband put them together and I started sorting. I got like ephemera in one. I got some law book pages in another. Just, you know, like just sorting it. to where I can put them on top of each other, but I can label what's in them. Because I do like watching some crafters where they have like, they'll make, I can't pre-make ephemera, because I never know what color I'm going to be using. So when I'm working on a journal, so what I want to do is have my stuff separated in boxes, know where to go to look for certain things, and then just reach for them. Because I do like when I see these people with baskets to pluck from. I think that's really cool. So we'll see. But my baskets won't be ephemera. It'll be like, okay, I've got cards in one basket. I've got brads in another. You know what I mean? That kind of plucking. Because I never know what I'm going to be working on. And there was another big YouTuber that said when she first started building up her crafts, nothing matched. She says, I would see some, that's an idea. I'd see something else, that's an idea. She says, I started focusing on, okay, this is what I'm working on. So let me just find the pieces to this. And she said it saved me money. And I do get what she's saying too. Because if you're working on, say, like a Christmas journal, you might be working with reds and greens. So pink and purple and all that's not going to be blended into it if you're only working with a couple colors. It just depends on what you're working with. Because when I had a custom person come to me, she had asked me if I would make her custom journal. And out of everything you see in my Sunny Fun Time mails, there was nothing that I had in my crafting room to do her stuff. So I get what this other crafter's saying, because she wanted a coral vintage book and I had nothing in coral. Coral was not a color I would buy. So what I ended up doing was I typed in Hobby Lobby and then I typed in coral. That's all I did. I did not say coral paper. I didn't say specific. I put coral and just seen what popped up, and you would be surprised. Be a little bit more broad than narrow. And I was blown away by the stuff that just popped up with coral. So I was able to sift through, oh, this will look good in this journal, or this will look good, because I already had the vintage and the coffee dyed papers and stuff like that. So I was able to create a journal, and she absolutely loved it. And that made my day, because, she's doing it for a memory for her daughter, and she was just tickled pink. And I didn't want to charge a lot because, I know how it is. Normally I would have probably put about, I don't know, somewhere around $30 to $35 on that book, but I sold it to her for $25 because I try to keep my stuff. I'm not going to be one of these journalers that's selling stuff for hundreds and $300 a piece. I want everybody, even single moms, to be able to afford it. That's just me, though. I want to be a frugal journal seller as a maker. And I'm not busting balls of the people who, do $300, $190 journals. It's just some people, it's not realistic as a price when they're struggling. And I want people to enjoy that part too. So that's why my journals go for reasonable. I mean, sometimes I might even lose money, but that's okay. You know what I mean? Because I do this for fun. So to me, it's okay. It just depends on if it's a hobby to you. Is it your living? However, but that's just how I want to do it. But I do not like when I heard a crafter, and yes, I did hear this during a live stream, because you are an influencer on here. Regardless of what you think, everything you say influences people. And it doesn't mean you have to walk on eggshells. But I did hear a crafter one time say, if a journaler is selling one of their journals for $20 and under, then it's got to be junk. That is none of her business to say that. Because to me, that pissed me off. It's like, what people put on their journals is their damn business, and don't be criticizing it because you want them to pay the higher price, because that's not true. You can have a beautiful journal under $20. I have seen some sold for 10 that were actually adorable. I bought my first journal off of Etsy. It cost me $26. And let me tell you, this girl put a lot of work into what she did, and it was adorable. And I still have it. And it's still one of my favorites. But I hate that when people do that, because it's not their business to be judging what others do. So there's that. Yes, I did hear that out of a crafter, Jane, and I was floored. I was just like, who the hell are you? You know, I was in that really pissy attitude. So yeah, it's like, you don't have a big following and say something like that to people, because to me, it's in the eye of the beholder. You know, if somebody's got a lot of money laying around and they want to spend $300 for your journal, hey, more power to them. I don't have that kind of money, but still, yeah. But I'm a frugal shopper, so I want people to enjoy. And, you know, and who knows, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'll ever have a journal worth $100 and some to somebody. And if I do, more power to them, but I'm still going to make my $20 some journals because I want people to have fun with them. And I knew this girl, you know, that bought that journal. I knew they were struggling. So that's why I kept it cheaper for her. You know, because you could never afford the hours we put into this. It would be impossible. If you try to charge, I mean, this is just how I think. If I try to charge for how long it takes me just to find the pieces alone, not including what you put in it, the time it takes you to get it done, my journals would be so expensive. Who could afford them? So, you know, I don't charge that because I think the pieces is the hardest part. I think that's the most difficult. Do you mind? Get your game out of my doorway, please. Please. Yeah, but you didn't need to do it with your game. He's in here just playing his motorcycle game as loud as could be.
This is loud.
No, you're loud. It's distracting, Mike, and it's rude. You want a spanking? I'm going to give you spanking. That's nice. I'm giving you a spanking. You're in trouble. You're grounded. Do you want to get a whipping? No, I do not. And you be quiet and stop being so demanding.
I just wanted an answer so I could sit down.
Shut up, I duct tape you. I don't think duct tape would help your mouth. Jane wants me to spank you, so you're getting it. He will, Tina. He'll turn his other butt cheek and say it's jealous. But anyways, I like picking on him. He needs it. He needs a whipping. But I thought it was funny when my grandson Steven brought in a wooden paddle and he says, Granny, he says, Nana, this is for Pap. He brought in a wooden paddle. I actually have it in the living room. I said, does this mean I can use it with your permission? Michael's eyes get all big and glowy. I said, don't even go there. My husband, he gets his glow in his eyes. It's like, get out of here. He's bad. No, you're bad. Jane wants to see you being spanked, so get in here. He said, Jane, are you sure you want to see his white hillbilly ass? I would never forget when we were on Yahoo. I'm telling your story. And there was a guy that I used to talk to. This story is so funny. Oh my God. What was his first name, Mike? Scuba. That was a Scooby. Scuba. He had Scuba in his screen name. This is hysterical. And one day, I was on his cam and he forgot that I was there. This was so funny. I could have got so divorced. If my husband wouldn't have a sense of humor, I probably would have. But my husband happened to walk in the room as Scuba was mooning somebody else. And I had another thing up in front of him because you could put cams in front of each other. And I was talking to somebody else on cam, and I had their cam up in front of Scuba's. But when I hit the X after the conversation, there was Scuba's ass and all his glory on my computer. My husband happened to walk around the corner. What the hell are you looking at? And I said, Scuba, what the hell are you doing? I said, you're getting me in trouble. And he comes out and he says, Tammy, I forgot totally you were on my cam. He says, one of the girls in the room, she was single. She dared me to moon her. And I did. He says, I forgot all about you watching. He says, I'm so sorry. He said, my husband's standing right here. Geez, get me in trouble. So then Mike says, that's okay. That's my husband. He says, that's okay. We'll just see about this. So then how far along was it later? A couple months later, I had my cam on. And Scuba was in the chat room, and Michael said, ask Scuba to get on your cam. So I said, okay. So I gave him permission because you had to ask permission to get on a person's cam. There was a yes or no where you could refuse or not. I turned the cam on, and my husband turned around, flipped them pants down, and mooned Scuba. Scuba was so floored. He's okay. I deserve that because of what I did to your wife. He says, what do you say to you? He says, but man, he says, you got a white hillbilly ass. You need to tan that thing. So funny. I about died. I was like, I can't believe you mooned another guy on my camera. And Michael says, well, he did it to you. Oh my God, the chat stories were so funny. Oh my gosh, it was crazy. Scuba says, okay, I'm blinded for life. That's what he kept telling everybody. He says, Passion's husband blinded me for life. I saw his white ass. And we just laughed. Oh my gosh. I had great adventures in chat, people. This was way before YouTube. Oh. And them two became friends, and they used to talk and stuff. And oh my gosh, it was comical. I said, you guys are bad. But that's what happens when you're in chat. Oh my God, but I was never so embarrassed. My face was bloody red. It was, Jane, because I told Scuba, I said, how am I supposed to be friends with you now after seeing your ass? He just like laughed and Tammy. He's so serious. He's so sorry. He says, I did forget you were there. And I said, you're awful. I can't believe you showed me your butt. I didn't want to see your butt. It was so funny. That was probably the most embarrassing moment I ever had because I said my husband come around that corner. And I mean, could you imagine if people that are jealous would see that? Oh my God, my computer would have been busted. Thank God my husband does have a sense of humor. But I said, seriously, Mike, I swear to God, this was not planned. But that's how stuff can get construed in the wrong way. You know what I mean? That's how people can assume that somebody's up to no good and they're not. That's just like one of the guys that we used to chat with all the time. His wife took a ball bat to his tower, and you'll never guess why. He wasn't doing anything wrong. She found porn advertisements in his cookies, and he was not watching porn. What had happened was he clicked into a game site and they pop up like they're in your thing. He had a pop-up blocker, but it was still in his cookies, and stuff like that happens. Heck, you can click into a Disney site and get freaking porn pop-ups if you're not watching. And yeah, she took a ball bat, and I told her, because I was talking to her, I said, dear, I don't mean to be ignorant. I said, but your husband's been sitting in chat with us and playing music. He has not been doing anything. I have never heard him say anything. And I said, those cookies that you're seeing are probably pop-ups out of the websites because it happens. She took a ball bat, and I couldn't help it. I told Doug, I said, I know it's not funny, but it was funny because I said, I could just imagine your face. Her coming in there beating the shit or with a ball bat. I said, if my husband did that to me, I would kill him. But he knows how expensive it was to buy a computer to even think to do something like that. Of course, now they're cheaper, but back then they weren't cheap. But yeah, she was not happy. I couldn't live with somebody with that kind of jealousy. I think that an explanation needs to be told first and then get mad if you need to. But people should never jump to things until they know the facts because things can be so construed. You know, they can be thought of as something else. Okay, here's a good example. A conversation I was having in a chat room when this was on Pal Talk chat. I still have Pal Talk. I was talking to this guy, and people coming in the middle of a conversation is even funnier. I was talking to this guy who had a sergeant in his name. He was ex-military. Me and him were talking, and this other guy came in, and we were talking about the same thing. And what it was something you would never think of. Okay, so this third, I'm not going to tell you what it is yet because this is absolutely funny, Jade. I about peed my pants on this one. So this third guy came in. I was laughing so hard, I had to walk away from the computer. I mean, it was just so damn funny. I just couldn't. So this third guy came into the conversation, and all he heard was me saying on the mic, oh my God, I have never seen one that big in my life. So you could just imagine where his dirty little mind went. So the next thing I know, these three people I actually knew, they used to come into the chat room all the time. So this guy says to me, the third one, he says, what's your email? And here the whole time I thought he was in there. So I told him what my email was. And the next thing I know, I get this pop-up and I'm looking at it, and it's a dick picture. And I'm like, what the hell? I mean, I talk to these three guys on a daily basis, and I'm like, why would you send me something so raunchy? I was so mad at him. And he says, well, when I come in here, you were talking about sizes, and I just assumed I would compare mine. And I said, dude, what the hell do you think we were talking about? And he says, I thought you were literally talking about the sizes of peckers. I said, no, we were talking about Reese's cups. I said, I was telling the one guy how my husband likes to get the little Reese's cups that you get in his stocking for Christmas. We were talking about candy. And I said, the second guy came in and he said, I like the ones that, you know, shaped, what was it? Shaped like the eggs when you get them from Easter. So the third guy, the second guy came in, and what he said was, when I haven't seen one this big, he asked me if he could send me this picture because of the Reese cup. This is so funny. He sent me a picture of a birthday cake in the size of a Reese's cup, and it was the shape and everything. And I was like, boy, I said that, this is the whole conversation. I said, boy, that cake is really cool because whoever made it did real good details. I said, I have never seen one that big before. That's when that guy came into the stream and he thought I was looking at dick. And I had to leave. I had to leave the computer. I said, this is the funniest. Friggin' sergeant was rolling. He says, that is the most funniest shit I've seen in chat, where you were talking about something completely different, and he's sending you his dick picture. And I told that third guy, I said, I don't mean to be ignorant, but you're blocked because you're a damn pervert. And I blocked him out of my chat room. I said, I don't want to see your shit. You keep your junk in your pants. Oh my God. A Reese's cup. A Reese's cupcake. Oh my God. So yeah, everything you say can get misconstrued into something perverted. Seriously. Oh my God. And Sergeant said, he said, I about died. He said, if you wouldn't have announced that on the mic, Danny, he said, I would have never believed it. And I told him it's the truth. I can't believe he did that. That's what people do. So yeah, I had a really hard time accepting pictures for a really long time. I kept blocking pictures where people couldn't send them because I didn't trust people. I'm like, you got to really pay attention to what's going on the whole time because, yeah. So they must have thought I was some kind of chat perv. It's like I said, Jane, even when I don't do anything bad, I get accused of it. I'm always in trouble. And I don't even have to try. That's upsetting. And the one woman, I gotta finish this up. So before my food, because my husband's got the food ready. This was the last story I'm gonna share because this was even worse. Oh my God, where to begin on this story? The same wife that took the ball bat to her husband's tower. Okay, she knew we were friends. She knew we ran the chat room together. Oh my God, this is even worse. I was talking to this guy who was Welsh, and he was in a joke site with me on MSN, and he was picking on me because we would joke around, and he sent this picture of this girl face down in a hammock, and he posted where everybody could see it because it was like a continual post site. He says, "This is passion on the porch," and it was this girl that had these big old boobs. So funny. She had huge nipples, and they were hanging through the hammock. She was laying face down. And I said, really, John? His name was John. I said, quit posting dirty pictures for me, trying to say they're me. So I said, well, look at you. And I sent this picture back. And it was a picture of sheep jumping over a fence, like when you try to go. So I said, what are you, a sheep shagger over there? This was so funny. This was a joke going back and forth between the two of us. Well, at the same time, I was on MSN. Doug signed in to Yahoo. So I said, Doug, look, I said, I'm getting picked on over here on MSN. I said, look at this picture this guy sent. I said, he's got passion on the porch. He says, oh my God, look at those boobs, because he downloaded the picture. Well, what Doug didn't do was delete the damn thing. So his wife saw the picture, Jane. And Doug, see, he had my phone number and everything. Like, I sent him Christmas cards. His wife calls me on the phone. What the hell are you doing? This was like a week later. I get this phone call. What the hell are you doing? Yeah, showing your boobs to my husband. I said, what? I said, what? And she said, you're showing naked pictures. I said, dear, there is no nude pictures of me whatsoever on the internet. What are you talking about? And she said, I come to his desktop and I saw this passion on the porch. Jane, I started laughing so freaking hard she hung up on me. I couldn't help it. I was laughing so damn hard, like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. She's looking at the picture that John posted on the joke site, and she thought they were my boobs. And I couldn't help it. I was laughing so damn hard. She hung up on me. So I called back and I said, listen, my husband's standing right here beside me. I said, Mike, are these my boobs in this picture? He says, oh, hell no. He says, my woman does not have boobs that almost go to her ankles, and they sure don't have nipples that look like that. He says, it's not my wife. And she had to apologize because she was getting ready to beat up his computer again. And he was forbidden to talk to me. It was horrible. She had to apologize to him. He was at his neighbors. He ran. He was at his neighbors. And he contacted me via message after it was already sorted. He says, I had to run out of my house. I'm staying at a friend's because she'd come after me. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but I straightened it out. And I said, from now on, when I send you shit, quit saving it. I said, you should have put it in the damn trash, you idiot. But yeah, she got mad over nothing. It was just so funny. I couldn't help it. I had to laugh that day. That's what I say, Jen. I get accused of shit, and it's really innocent. It's really innocent. It really is. It's so funny. I am always at the wrong place at the wrong time, or something happens like that, and it's so freaking comical. But these are some of the stories I had to share because they are funny. So I never assume, there's always her side, his side, and the truth down the middle, or her side and her side, and the truth down the middle. It's always good to hear both sides of a story that comes from somebody because it's just ridiculous. You just never know. Yes, she did have trust issues, but Tina, that was funny. Oh my God, it was so funny. So yeah, that's why I think it's hysterical because, a lot of people, if you haven't had chat experience and then you come to YouTube, I find people either uptight or they have no clue what's about to hit them. And it's really sad because having chat experience definitely prepared me for YouTube. That's why I say you got to have tough skin because you just never know what's going to happen on here. And people make up stories and they can say things. That's why I tell them, go ahead and find out the other side. When I say something, when I'm pissed off, go ahead and ask the other person. I don't have a problem with that as long as they don't lie. Because most of the time, I have receipts. I have receipts of the stuff that happens because I get in trouble for stupid shit. And it's terrible that you do have to keep receipts, but sometimes people can lie so much they can be convincing. So, that's why I keep receipts when something happens towards me, because later on they're not going to come back on me and say, oh no, she did this, and not going to happen. And that's the only reason why I save receipts. Most of the stuff I just let go because I don't care. But then there are some things when it gets really out of hand, it's better to have proof on your side. Because even in the law, got to have proof before convicted. So, and anymore nowadays, you got to have lots of proof. But that's how I roll when it comes to stuff like that. And my give a damn don't bust that much. But when it does, I'm a very revengeful bitch because I just don't tolerate people's shit. I don't care how big of a YouTuber a person is or how much their shit don't stink. Don't cross my line. Like I said, there's a lot I let roll off and I could care less. But there are some things, I will stand my ground. And that's the difference. I never, ever set out to cause drama, but I will finish it. Because I'm not a drama person. Real life, I just like to be laid back. I like to, the same that I am on here, I like to read books. I like to laugh. I like to joke about crazy stuff. My sense of humor. I love the simple things in life. I appreciate the simple things in life. I was a Girl Scout. I love things outdoors. I like a lot of different things. Very eclectic person. But I have never wanted to cause trouble with people. If they come at me, I'm going to come back. Most of the time, I try to keep it in private. But if a person brings it public or to a place it doesn't need to be, then they're going to hear it. You either like me or you don't. There's no shades of gray in between. And that's how my parents raised me to be. So that's how I am. But people can make up stories about me all they want. I don't care, because to me, they're leaving other people alone. And I truly feel that way. I tell people that all the time. Somebody said something the other day in a live stream. They were hurt because they saw people talking about them in another stream they were lurking in. And usually I told them, I just feel that they're leaving other people alone. They could talk about me all they want, because until they meet me in person, they have no right to judge. I met Nancy, Bob, Rita, Marcy, Kim, my friend, stayed with me for 10 days from Australia. She came and stayed with me from Yahoo. Jay, I think it was 6 people. The 6 people? I'm hoping I'm not forgetting somebody that I met in person from Yahoo. And each one of them are still on my Facebook, and they will tell you, except for Rita, because she passed away, and Bob, because he passed away. So I would say 5. It was 7 people, including Bob. So the 5 people, no, 1 moved. Let me think. I've got Kim, I got Marcy, Nancy, Kim, Marcy, Nancy. Who am I forgetting? Rita passed away. Bob passed away. Jay moved. And well, I didn't meet Dave. He was my very first friend on AOL dial-up. And we're still friends. But all the people that, besides 1 that moved and 2 passed away, they are still on my Facebook, and we are still friends. And they will tell you that I am the same person. Of course, Kim, she says I'm naughtier in person. She goes, she's naughtier in person than she is online. I go, shh, quit telling people that. But they are still my friends to this day. I had lunch with Marcy. We had a blast. She goes, if I'd have known you were this funny, I'd have met you sooner. She was hysterical. We knew each other for 4 years. We only lived 30 minutes away from each other. And we met at Wendy's for lunch, and we had so much fun. And then Kim came and stayed with me for 10 days. I got pictures of us. Oh my God, she was such a riot. And then Nancy came up here with her kids, and she took a tour of one of the railroad places that we had. And I went with her and took pictures of her and her kids, so she had memorabilia from her vacation. And I've known her for years. I mean, for at the beginning of Yahoo, pretty much. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. Maybe not. But anyways, we're still friends to this day, and we had a ball, and we still talk to each other. So there's that. And Yahoo closed down in 2012, so that says a lot. And then I haven't met anybody from YouTube yet, but the whole thing is time. Like, I like time. I've never met anybody under 4 years of knowing them. Usually 4 to 6 years of chatting with people and getting to know them before I've met them in person, because I am very cautious. I don't want to meet somebody in 3 months that I've just met. I really take my time, because that's the type of person I am. I can be as outgoing as I want to be. You know, once I get comfortable talking to a person, I feel even more comfortable in person. But like, if I start a job, this is the difference. And I don't know anybody in the workplace. And my old boss is on my Facebook, and she can vouch for this. I didn't say a word. As much as you guys hear me gab, not a word. Because I take in my environment. I want to know who I'm working with. I want to know the kind of person they are. So I absorb everybody's personality. I'm a listener before a talker. And I want to know who the gossip person is. I want to know who the good people are, who the fun people are, who the moody people are. I take in all that. And then she says, she teased me one time, my boss, Betty. She said, Man, we couldn't get a word out of you the first year you worked here. So the second year, we couldn't get your ass to shut up. And that's usually how I roll. I take in everybody, and then that's it. The second year, I was just a gabaholic. Because then I was comfortable. You know what I mean? And we used to have so much fun at that job. It was the assembly line, and I was an airbrush painter, and we just had so much fun. Like, I would steal this one kid's hat, Jerome, and it was an assembly line to light up plastic products. So, like your Santa and your reindeer. He would be looking for his hat, and all of a sudden he would see it going down the assembly line, the conveyor belt. He would see a snowman with his hat on it. That's what we used to do to each other, because we worked in separate booths. So we would steal each other's particles of clothing, or if I had my water bottle sitting, he would steal my water bottle and hook it over the shoulder of Santa. And then I would see my water bottle. Oh my gosh, we had so much fun. I have a picture of all of us together when, right before it shut down and stuff, because they sold out to another company. But yeah, we had fun. I worked there for 3 years and we had a blast. We used to torture each other. I called my boss Betty Boop. We would have water gun fights. It was like 100-degree temperatures in that building. We had Gatorade, and you would go down 3 pant sizes in that summer. No lie. Like, you would drop because you were soaking wet. But it was the best working environment. And my daughter, I got her into work for the summer. And she was like, Mom, how do you handle this job? I said, this is why I want you to go to college, because this is what it feels like to work a labor job. And she was crying at the end of one of her shifts, and that's why she went to college and got her bachelor's in business administration. She says, I never want to do that job again. But because they knew she was my daughter, she got initiated. It was called Falcon Plastics, is where I used to work out in Pennsylvania. They took a whole jug of water and they dumped it to where she was soaked clear to her underwear. They're like, said, your mom brought water guns in here, you're in trouble. And they nailed her. And I said, and she's like, Mom, I'm freezing. I said, you're my daughter. They're going to tease you. And then I worked for a newspaper place where we had to pack newspapers up, like the Sunday paper. And I was the rubber band queen. Once I got comfortable in there, I'd wait for somebody to be bent over and I'd be like, ting, ting. And one of the bosses yelled at me so loud, you could hear him echo like a basement, because it was this big warehouse. He's going, damn you, I told you to put this. He was cussing me because I had the rubber bands. I said, dude, I got 3 days left. I took a year off of college because my husband went on strike. And I said, in 3 days, I go back to college and I won't be working here. So what are you going to do? Fire me? He got so pissed off. He started laughing. He said, you're such a witch. And I said, hey, his name was Keith. And I said, hey, you shouldn't have been over and had your ass in front of me. He was fixing the strap machine that strapped the papers together. And I couldn't resist. You see that butt and you see that butt crack. And I'm like, ting. It was so funny. But that's the kind of stuff I like to do. And this one kid I worked with, I used to steal drinks out of his pop all the time. Are you leaving, Tina? I would steal drinks out of his pop when he would have sitting there, and he's like, damn it, his name was Jeremy. He says, sweet dreams, Tina. And he says, damn it, he says, quit putting your lips on my pop. This was so funny. So one day he was a brat and he dumped out all the pop he had in it, Jane, and he filled it with water. I took a big swig out. I said, that's nasty. Because you're waiting for that sweet pop with the fuzz. He says, that's what you get for drinking my pop. So I go in the bathroom. And I grabbed a whole string of toilet paper. And I went over. I said, Jeremy, I'm so sorry. Can you give me a hug? So he reached out. He said, okay, I'll give you a hug. And he's doing this pat me. And I took the toilet paper and just very lightly put it in the back of his pants. He had no clue. He walked around with his favorite playing with a string of toilet paper hanging off his ass like he had a toilet paper tail. And everybody kept laughing when he would walk by and he couldn't figure it out. And then one of the guys, he says, Jeremy, I think you grew a tail. And he turned around. He says, what are you talking about, a tail? And he says, damn her. He pulled out that toilet paper. It was so funny. Oh, my God. Yep, Tim. Welcome back. Your be right back was really long, Tim. Oh, my God. That was so funny, Jane. You missed my funny stories, Tim. That's the kind of stuff we did to each other, Jane. It felt like being in high school. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I love the people I work with. I had one cook when I worked at the nursing home. She used to throw lettuce in my hair. She would come up behind me and she would have lettuce in the back. I'd be like, damn it, Kathy. It was. I have a lot of fun in my workplace because we're crazy. They were always getting me with something. But yeah, I gotta go. My husband's gonna be ready to go to bed. I want to watch our show yet. He's gonna be like, no, woman, I'm leaving you. But anyways, thanks for coming in. Thanks for participating in the giveaway. And I hope everybody has a blessed the rest of your morning or whatever time zone it is. It's like 3 a.m. here. And I'm starting to get tired. So I'm going to go. And thanks, Jane, for coming in and spending your time with me. This was fun. You too. You have a good one. And Tim, you be good. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.